Chapter 1571. Fang Yuan activated his strongest offensive method. Dragon roars resounded, silver scales appearing like a sea. Tens of thousands of flood dragons surged forward, savagely encircling Jinglan in the center of the deep pit. Damn it! Jinglan gritted her teeth, the anger in her eyes like blazing flames. After the attack, just now, her aura had fallen to rock bottom. The myriad dragons pounced over and were all killed by her. These little earthworms are nothing at all. Fang Yuan, you coward, come, let's fight with our true bodies. Jinglan roared. Fang Yuan sneered, his true body hiding in a corner. Myriad dragon! Myriad dragon! Myriad dragon! Myriad dragon! Disregarding the expenditure of immortal essence, Fang Yuan frantically activated Myriad Dragon Killer move. Jinglan's aura rapidly weakened. She roared again and again, provoking Fang Yuan. But Fang Yuan did not move his true body. Myriad Dragon was a peak rank 7 killer move, but it was nothing to Jinglan, because Jinglan still had abundant immortal essence, and her immortal goo were not damaged. But every time Jinglan used a killer move, she would suffer the backlash of the regional wall. Even though she had methods to weaken this backlash, she was heavily injured at this moment. The backlash was very fatal. Don't forget, she still had to heal herself. But how could the injuries on her body be so easily healed? It was very difficult to treat Goo Immortal's injuries. Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal body was unique in the world. Jinglan saw that she could not lure Fang Yuan's true body, so she snorted and chose to break through. Myriad Dragon could not stop her, even though she was heavily injured. This was Thunder Ghost True Monarch who could resist Spectral Soul Demon Venerable Back. Then, her battle strength was peerless. Fang Yuan sighed. He knew that he was strong in defense, and although his battle strength could barely reach rank 8, against a person like Jinglan, he could not keep her life. Goo Immortals who reached this level would not die easily. Unless they ambushed the Goo Immortal in the Immortal Battlefield Killer move and killed the Goo Immortal before the Battlefield Killer move was unraveled. Of course, from another perspective, Fang Yuan couldn't kill Jinglan, but Jinglan also couldn't kill Fang Yuan. No matter how fast she was, she couldn't stop Fang Yuan from entering the boundary wall. Even so, Fang Yuan clearly understood that even if he couldn't kill Jinglan, he still had to pursue her. I need to weaken this person's battle prowess as much as possible so that I can buy some time for myself. Fang Yuan reached out and pointed. Immortal Killer move. Directional Confusion Fog. The original Directional Confusion Fog was purple fog. It was not big but could make rank 8 Goo Immortals lose their way. After Fang Yuan's first modification, this move had no effect on rank 8 Goo Immortals, but its effect on rank 7 and below Goo Immortals was increased. Not only did its color change, its range also expanded greatly, but it only lasted for a short period of time. After the Battle of Green Ghost Desert, Fang Yuan's Theft Path Attainment Sword, and he modified this move again, adding many Theft Path Mortal Goo and even fusing Great Thief Immortal Goo into it as the core to steal the enemy's perception ability. Thus, its power soared, and it could affect rank 8 Goo Immortals once again. In an instant, large amounts of clouds and mist shrouded Jinglan, causing her to lose her sense of direction. Fang Yuan took the chance to order the myriad dragons to encircle her again. Oh no, I lack many immortal goo. I can't even break this killer move. Jinglan tried many methods, but was shocked to find that she actually had no good way to deal with this killer move. What's going on? Fang Yuan observed for a while and saw that Jinglan couldn't break out of the encirclement. He was baffled. This killer move had been modified by Fang Yuan and was even more convenient to use, but it was only at rank 7 level. Fang Yuan had not expected to block Jinglan with this move. His true intention was to delay her for some time. But Jinglan couldn't break out. This surprised Fang Yuan. From outside the fog, Fang Yuan could clearly sense the aura of an immortal goo. Jinglan had been using her methods to try and break it. Her move was not ineffective, but the effect was not great. It only thinned the direction confusion fog a little. Fang Yuan's eyes shone with bright light. After observing for a while, he immediately activated direction confusion fog. The fog continued to increase in density, layer upon layer, firmly trapping Jinglan inside. She really can't break out. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly. If he had known this, he would have used this move earlier, and he wouldn't have had to struggle so hard to escape. However, any killer move's effect would diminish after being used too many times. Not only would the enemy be on guard, they would also give themselves away, leading to deductions and breakthroughs. Thus, it was a wise move for Fang Yuan to keep this killer move with him. But he had not expected it to actually trap Jinglan. This was a pleasant surprise. Oh no! Jinglan also realized the situation was far from good. At this moment, she truly felt the aura of death. Kill! Countless sword dragons drilled into the direction confusion fog, besieging Jinglan from all directions. Jinglan couldn't break out of the fog and fell into a bitter battle. The regional wall was still rejecting her. Every time she used a killer move, she would suffer a backlash. Could it be that I, Jinglan, the Grand Thunder Ghost True Monarch, am going to die here? As time passed, the situation became increasingly disadvantageous to Jinglan, making her heart sink. No, I still have to persevere. I still want to fight. Even if I die, I will drag this Fang Yuan down with me. Jinglan's gaze fell on her chest. The wound on her chest was extremely large, exposing her heart. Her heart was very special. Every time it beat, traces of purple lightning would burst out. This was her final trump card. Such powerful battle strength. Even with such heavy injuries, she can still persevere and still has strength to spare. Moreover, her will is also invulnerable, even though I secretly use so many wisdom path methods. After a long while of encirclement, Fang Yuan sighed and gave up. Time was crucial now. Fang Yuan needed to deduce and improve Ghost Soldier Garment as soon as possible. Although the situation was extremely advantageous to Fang Yuan, Celestial Court would definitely send reinforcements. Once reinforcements arrived, it would be a disaster for Fang Yuan. In fact, some Gu immortals had come together with Thunder Ghost True Monarch, but they had left their companions far behind. This was a possibility. Without any hesitation, Fang Yuan retreated, but before he left, he added many more myriad dragon and directional confusion fog. Retreat. Fang Yuan immediately moved towards the regional wall. The 5 regional walls were relatively safe for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan moved while deducing and modifying Ghost Official Garment. But soon, he found that Ghost Official Garment was still limited to rank 7 no matter how much he modified it. It was better to dig out the connection between it and Ghostly Concealment. Ghostly Concealment is a rank 9 killer move. Even though it is Theft Path, it has the word ghost in it. It blocks the soul's senses, so it is closely related to Soul Path. Yama's idea is correct. With Ghostly Concealment, I can raise Ghost Official Garment's level to a higher level. After finding the correct direction, Fang Yuan used every second he had to deduce. He had rich wisdom path methods and sufficient attainment level, especially his Theft Path attainment level. It gave him the most crucial support. After fleeing for several days and nights, Fang Yuan finally finished his deductions and activated Yama again. The new Yama killer move allowed Ghostly Concealment and Ghost Official Garment to be even more closely connected. Originally, these 2 killer moves were repelling each other, but now they were fusing together. The repelling effect had completely disappeared. Success! Fang Yuan sensed carefully and clenched his fists excitedly. He blocked the Celestial Court's deductions and location again. This time, the danger was averted. But if he deactivated Yama, he would be exposed to the Celestial Court's deductions again. Fang Yuan quickly moved towards Northern Plains. Maintaining the new Yama was not a small expenditure. In this battle with Thunder Ghost True Monarch, he had expended a lot of immortal essence. Fang Yuan's original immortal essence reserves were almost empty. In this battle, Fang Yuan had used Myriad Dragon the most times. Other than that, he had also used Direction Confusion Fog the most in history. These immortal killer moves all expended immortal essence. Moreover, deducing the new Yama also expended a lot of immortal essence. Fang Yuan had suffered huge losses in this battle, but it was not without gains. His greatest gain was preserving his life. Other than that, there was the new Yama and Thunder Ghost True Monarch's 3 rib bones. Chapter 1572. Celestial Court. In a grand palace, Fairy Myrtle slowly opened her eyes and stopped her deductions, sighing, "This Fang Yuan's wisdom path attainment is already extraordinary. He was able to defend against my method again." Rank 8 Gu Immortal Chun-Yi had been using Karma Divine Tree to help Fairy Myrtle make deductions. At this moment, he had a complex expression as he spoke. "Lady Ziwei, there is one more thing I need to report." "What is it?" Chun-Yi had only been assisting from the side, but Fairy Myrtle was fully focused on deducing Fang Yuan. So Chun-Yi was the first to notice Fang Yuan's actions. He immediately answered, "Jewel Yellow Skies has sold 3 rib bones of Lady Thunder Ghost True Monarch." "What?" Fairy Myrtle's expression changed. She immediately contacted Jewel Yellow Skies and saw that the 3 rib bones had indeed caused a huge commotion. Many Gu immortal wills had gathered. It is hard to imagine that this demon Fang Yuan already has such battle strength. Sigh, his growth is too fast. He is already a demonic path, overlord of the current generation. Fang Yuan is an otherworldly demon. He also has Spring Autumn Cicada and has been reborn. He naturally has a huge advantage in cultivation. I recognize her. This is Celestial Court's Gu, Immortal Thunder Ghost True Monarch. To think that she was actually suppressed by Fang Yuan. Thunder Ghost True Monarch Jinglan. This is an old senior. She is actually still alive. Central Continent's Celestial Court is only SOSO. They are the #1 human force in vain. They have been searching for Fang Yuan all along and even sent a rank 8 Gu Immortal, but they were still beaten to such a sorry state by Fang Yuan. The Gu Immortal wills continued to converse. Fairy Ziwei's body started to tremble. This was because of anger. This was because not only was Fang Yuan selling the sternum, but he was also using a method to continuously replay the scene of his battle with Jinglan. Of course, he only chose the part where he successfully counterattacked and beat up Jinglan. "Milord, should we inform Thunder Ghost True Monarch about this?" Chun-Yi asked. By the time Jinglan defeated Myriad Flood Dragons and dispelled the Directional Confusion Fog with great difficulty, Fang Yuan had long since disappeared without a trace. Although Fairy Myrtle was still able to calculate Fang Yuan's position at that time, Jinglan's combat strength had been weakened to rock bottom. Her condition was extremely poor, and she urgently needed to recuperate. Later, reinforcements arrived and met up with her. She once again set out to kill Fang Yuan. Unfortunately, the distance between her and Fang Yuan had already widened. Fang Yuan had been in the depths of the boundary wall all this time. Jinglan kept chasing after them, but her helpers didn't have the means to go so deep into the boundary wall, so they could only coordinate from outside the boundary wall. Jinglan was unwilling to accept her failure. Her heart was filled with anger and humiliation, so she kept chasing after them. But just now, Fairy Myrtle couldn't calculate Fang Yuan's position, so Jinglan lost her target and direction. "Ziwei, where is that demon, Fang Yuan?" Jinglan transmitted to ask. She was flustered and exasperated. Her tone was very aggressive. She had thought it would be easy to capture him, but in the end, she ended up seriously injured and in such a sorry state. How could the proud Jinglan accept this reality? She gritted her teeth, urgently hoping to capture and kill Fang Yuan to avenge her humiliation. Fairy Myrtle was silent for a moment before slowly informing Jinglan. What? Even you can lose him? Jinglan was furious and extremely dissatisfied. Fang Yuan's wisdom path attainments are no longer the same as before, but he has to go to Langya Blessed Land in the end. We have already made arrangements there. Although we didn't capture the scoundrel in this battle, we still made great gains. Not only did we consume a large amount of his immortal essence, we also forced him to expose countless trump cards. How can a Gu immortal like him be killed in one battle? Fairy Myrtle advised Jinglan in a gentle tone. Jinglan was silent, standing on the spot without moving. After a long while, she heaved a long sigh. The anger on her face had already completely faded. I underestimated him. This person is shockingly talented, worthy of being the successor chosen by Providence, and the one that Shadow Sect had no choice but to choose. In the next battle, I won't make the mistake of underestimating the enemy. Jinglan was not an impetuous person. After being awakened by Fairy Myrtle, she immediately regained her composure and calmly admitted her mistake as a celestial court expert. Compared to Fang Yuan, there is another more troublesome matter. Fairy Myrtle tactfully told Jinglan about the matter of Fang Yuan selling the breastbone in jewel yellow skies. Jinglan's mind, which had just calmed down, immediately surged with great waves of anger. What? This guy actually took my sternum out to sell? Preposterous. Simply preposterous. Jinglan immediately communicated with Jewel Yellow Skies, and sure enough, when she saw her breastbone, she flew into a rage and her eyes turned bloodshot. Soon after, Jinglan saw the scene of Fang Yuan beating her up, and she gritted her teeth so hard that they almost shattered. Damned guy, if you fall into my hands in the future, I will definitely pull out your tendons, flay your skin, and grind your bones to ashes. However, this kid Fang Yuan actually took it out to sell. He is really cautious. He only took a small portion of the image. He is simply shameless to the extreme. He has no shame at all. Jinglan breathed roughly through her nostrils, trying hard to calm down as she pondered. He definitely consumed a lot of energy in this battle. Taking out 3 of my breastbones to sell, isn't his foundation greatly damaged, and he urgently needs to replenish it? Then I will do as you wish and buy it. First, if Jinglan bought her breastbone, she could completely reattach it, and it would have an extremely significant effect on her injuries. Second, the longer this image and breastbone were hung in jewel yellow skies, the deeper the blow to the celestial court. Since ancient times, the celestial court had always been recognized as the #1 power of humanity. Now, that Fang Yuan was selling Jinglan's 3 breastbones. It was like a slap to the celestial court's face. Fairy Myrtle couldn't make the first move. After all, Jinglan was the person involved. Jinglan also understood Fairy Myrtle's meaning. She urged out a will, hid her identity, and swallowed her anger. She then asked Fang Yuan's will, "How much are you selling these breastbones?" "Who are you?" "I come from the Eastern Sea." Jinglan gritted her teeth. She didn't expect the Grand Thunder Ghost True Monarch to be so anonymous. "I am very interested in these 3 breastbones." Fang Yuan's will smiled. "There are many people who are interested." Jinglan's will gritted her teeth. "But there aren't many people who are willing to pay such a high price." Fang Yuan's will, however, didn't ask for the price as she expected, instead shaking his head. "No matter how high the price is, I won't sell." "You won't sell? If you won't sell, then why are you hanging it?" Jinglan immediately had a very bad feeling. Fang Yuan's will sneered. "I'm hanging it for fun. What can you do about it?" "Guh." Jinglan couldn't bear it anymore. She coughed out a mouthful of blood. Fang Yuan, if I, Jinglan, don't kill you, I am not human. More than 10 days later, Langya blessed land's immortal formation shone brightly, soaring into the sky. The light slowly dissipated, and Fang Yuan slowly walked out of the immortal formation after defeating Jinglan. Fang Yuan had been using the immortal killer move Yama, traveling day and night without rest until he finally returned to Langya Blessed Land. Because Fang Yuan did not know the true location of Langya Blessed Land, he had to rely on the immortal formation to directly teleport back this time. Inside the immortal aperture, I won't need Yama to conceal myself. Fang Yuan let out a breath of turbid air, dispelling Yama. Elder Fang Yuan, you are finally back. Land Spirit of Langya was already standing outside the immortal formation, seeing that Fang Yuan had dispelled Yama and revealed his true appearance. He immediately welcomed him with a smile. This time, when Langya Blessed Land was invaded, Fang Yuan did not contribute much, but why was Land Spirit of Langya so enthusiastic? Fang Yuan, however, knew clearly that it was because he had sold Thunder Ghost True Monarch's 3 rib bones in jewel yellow skies. Fang Yuan did not sell them. On one hand, he wanted to deal a blow to Celestial Court's reputation. On the other hand, he wanted to obtain Langya Blessed Land. Langya Blessed Land was invaded by Feng Joga's group. It was in a pathetic state, and they had offended Celestial Court. These last days, the Northern Plains Variant Human Alliance's higher-ups were under immense pressure. They were in a constant state of anxiety. After all, these variant humans had once dominated a region, suppressing the human race beneath their feet. It was Celestial Court that led the human race to defeat these variant human races, creating the current era of humanity. Thus, these 4 races variant humans were actually afraid of being beaten by the humans. They were hiding in one place and surviving secretly. Now that they had offended Celestial Court, it was easy to imagine how much pressure they were under. At this juncture, Fang Yuan beat up Thunder Ghost True Monarch. The battle was displayed in jewel yellow skies for the whole world to see. Jinglan was a famous rank 8 expert in history. Such a person was also defeated by Fang Yuan. This was extremely good news to the variant human Gu immortals. Once the news spread, it was like sunlight shone upon them, dispelling the gloominess in their hearts. Elder Fang Yuan, you did well this time. Previously, when I asked the Stone Golem tribe to borrow the primordial rock dragon, the Stone Golem tribe was always evasive and ambiguous, but when your news came, their attitude clearly changed. Land Spirit of Langya secretly transmitted to Fang Yuan, winking, now that you are back, with you around, we can force the Rockman tribe to lend us the immemorial rock dragon. By then, we will have 3 rank 8 battle strengths. It will not be a problem to relocate Langya Blessed Land. Land Spirit of Langya was excited. Fang Yuan glanced at the Land Spirit. He was not as optimistic as the latter. Celestial Court definitely had a lot of arrangements. Relocating Langya Blessed Land was not a simple matter. But at this moment, he was not in a hurry to explain the details to Land Spirit of Langya. Fang Yuan turned his gaze towards the group of variant humans behind Land Spirit of Langya. These people were the Gu immortals of the 4 races. Fang Yuan had returned this time to create a commotion. Thus they came to welcome him with smiles on their faces. Snowman Gu Immortal Bing Yuan praised. Elder Fang Yuan, you are truly a heavenly genius. Even the Grand Thunder Ghost True Monarch is not your match. This battle has already established your throne as the number 1 rank 7 of humanity. Bing Yuan was overjoyed. Fang Yuan was engaged to a female immortal of the Snowman tribe. He could be considered half a snowman. This was her political opinion. The stronger Fang Yuan was, the happier she would be. All along, Fang Yuan and Feng Joga had been mentioned together. After all, they both had rank 7 cultivation level, but were special existences that could fight rank 8s. But now, Fong Yuan's battle video showed that he was able to beat Thunder Ghost True Monarch into such a pathetic state. Everyone was shocked and shocked. Chapter 1573. Battles depended on who the opponent was. If Fong Yuan defeated rank 6 or 7 Gu Immortals, nobody would be surprised. But his opponent was the famous rank 8 Gu Immortal in history. Thunder Ghost True Monarch, that was a different story. Actually, Fong Yuan was in a pathetic state in this battle, but it was this battle that established his reputation as the #1 rank 7 in the world. He suppressed Fong Joga. One could say this was the battle that made Fong Yuan famous in the world. Just from this battle alone, even those rank 8 Gu Immortals would have to pay attention to this rank 7 monster, Fong Yuan. Of course, this was all part of Fong Yuan's plan. Even though Fong Yuan lost this battle and retreated, it was not like he did not gain anything. Victory or defeat in a battle was not important in essence. What was important was the losses and gains after the battle. Even though Fong Yuan lost this battle, his gains were not small. The value of the 3 rib bones was not in themselves, but the meaning behind them. Fong Yuan used these spoils of war to the extreme. The 5 regions Gu Immortal world was in an uproar because of this. Not to mention Chu Du's complex emotions, Wu Yong's ashen expression, and Lu Weiyin's sigh. After Fong Yuan returned to Langya Blessed Land, he immediately felt a huge difference. These variant human Gu Immortals, including Land Spirit of Langya, had a huge change in attitude towards him. They were truly in awe of him, especially when the Celestial Court was watching them. Fong Yuan became the pillar of support for these people. After all, the immemorial rock dragon was only an immemorial desolate beast. Even though the ancient battle formation Heavenly Giant Solar had rank 8 battle strength, it could not match a true rank 8 Gu Immortal. But now, Fong Yuan beat up such a rank 8 Gu Immortal, especially when Thunder Ghost True Monarch was publicly recognized as an expert among rank 8s. At this time, who cared about Fong Yuan's rank 7 cultivation level? The battle results were right in front of them. Because of this, when Fong Yuan returned to Langya Blessed Land, these people eagerly came to welcome him. Fong Yuan's attitude was slightly cold. He only said a few words to the Land Spirit of Langya, Bing Yuan, and the others before nodding at Shui. Shui immediately lowered her head shyly, while the Snowman Gu Immortals smiled happily. The variant human Gu Immortals suggested setting up a banquet to welcome Fong Yuan, but Fong Yuan rejected them without hesitation. The current situation is not good. We need to make full use of our time and get through this crisis. Fong Yuan said plainly, but the variant human Gu Immortals agreed with him. Fong Yuan's status was really different now. These variant human Gu Immortals were truly treating him as a rank 8 Gu Immortal. Earlier, they were on equal footing with Fong Yuan, but now they were lowering their heads and speaking in a submissive manner. On one hand, Fong Yuan had great battle strength. He could beat up Thunder Ghost True Monarch. On the other hand, they were facing a strong enemy. They needed help from Fong Yuan. Everyone, please leave. I want to speak to First Elder in private. Fong Yuan did not stand on ceremony. He waved for the immortals to leave. Fong Yuan secretly transmitted to the Land Spirit of Langya, I am Langya Sect's Supreme Elder First. I am also a member of the Alliance. These words were said with sincerity. Langya Land Spirit's mood immediately became joyful, thinking that Fong Yuan had not forgotten his roots. He was still one of them. Earlier, when Fong Yuan forcefully persuaded him to ask for the refinement path, true meaning, the mood of the immortals lessened by a lot. The group of immortals naturally would not be insensible and dispersed. Land Spirit of Langya grabbed Fong Yuan's arm, vanishing on the spot. At the next moment, the two of them appeared in First Cloud City. Using your perceivable Tao, Immortal Gu, we found that their method was indeed planted in the Blessed Land. to relocate Lang, your blessed land, we need to get rid of these harmful Tao marks first. Land spirit of Langya was deeply worried. Fang Yuan felt strange. With First Supreme Elder's refinement path attainment, refining these Tao marks should be your specialty, right? Land spirit of Langya was troubled. Celestial court is truly worthy of being the celestial court. Their method this time is very special. I have used almost all of my methods, but I am helpless against these Tao marks. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. The celestial court was truly well prepared. They had deep foundations. Since they could plant this method, they were not worried about being discovered or broken. Maybe Fairy Myrtle had already calculated land spirit of Langya's ability. I wonder if my self-cleansing killer move will work. Fang Yuan was quite confident in this method. After all, inextinguishable star target had been successfully broken by Fang Yuan using this move. But at this moment, Fang Yuan did not want to take it out to test. He said to Land Spirit of Langya, "Since that is the case, I will say it directly. First Supreme Elder, please take out the refinement path true meaning for me. After I become a refinement path quasi-supreme grandmaster, I will definitely be able to resolve this problem." Langya Land Spirit's expression immediately changed. This refinement path true meaning was the most precious treasure in his heart. Now that he had to take it out and give it to a human goo immortal like Fang Yuan, he was in an awkward mood and was extremely reluctant to part with it. However, since he had already promised Fang Yuan, and with the grim situation in front of him, even if he was unwilling, he could only nod. Thus, after a while, Fang Yuan finally saw Long-Hair Ancestor's refinement path true meaning. True meaning was also a type of will, but it was very special. This was also the first time Fang Yuan had seen the existence of true meaning. This true meaning had the appearance of Long-Hair Ancestor sitting cross-legged, but its body was shining brightly and was translucent. It did not have a physical body. It was as if it was made of pure diamond. Most wills could move on their own, expending themselves to think and do other activities. But the true meaning was completely still. It was like a statue, not moving at all. But precisely because of this characteristic, this true meaning could exist until now. If it was like other wills that could move on their own and think continuously, it would have been used up long ago. You take it. Land Spirit of Langya's expression was extremely complex. He stared at Long-Hair true meaning for a long while before sighing bitterly and saying to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan nodded. He took a step forward and stared with his eyes. Immediately, a suction force appeared out of nowhere and sucked this Long-Hair true meaning into his mind. Long-Hair true meaning entered Fang Yuan's mind, immediately bursting out with endless radiance. The diamond-like radiance shone on Fang Yuan's mind, forming a grand scene of light. Fang Yuan immediately sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes. His expression was solemn. He started to use many wisdom path methods. Immediately, there were huge waves in his mind, countless thoughts, and all kinds of wills rushed towards Long-Hair true meaning, colliding with it, absorbing, learning, and comprehending it. Everything went smoothly. After several hours, Fang Yuan completely digested this Long-Hair true meaning, converting it into his own accumulation. These were all Long-Hair Ancestors' understanding of refinement path, and now they had all become Fang Yuan's cultivation resources. Fang Yuan's refinement path attainment had always been ordinary, but now it had leaped up, becoming a quasi-supreme grandmaster in one go. This is simply ascending to heaven in one step. Even when dream realms appeared during the 5 regions chaotic war, and I explored dream realms, I did not have such an effect. Even Fang Yuan himself was deeply moved. His gains this time were extremely huge. Although he had completely digested the refinement path true meaning, Fang Yuan still sat on the ground, not moving, wholeheartedly comprehending his advancement. Refinement path. This was a special path. Gu immortals who cultivated this path were most proficient in goo refinement. Goo cultivation, from start to finish, had three basic elements. That was nurturing goo, using goo, and refining goo. Right now, Fang Yuan was already an outstanding expert in goo refinement. Among all the goo immortals in the 5 regions, in terms of refinement path understanding, almost no one could match the current Fang Yuan. However, attainment level alone is not enough. What I lack now is experience in goo refinement, refinement path immortal goo, and refinement path killer moves. Fang Yuan still had a clear understanding of himself. But as long as I practice these contents, my progress will definitely be extremely rapid. After all, I am already a quasi-supreme grandmaster. To think that my theft path attainment, which was only great grandmaster not long ago, has now surpassed me in refinement path and become a quasi-supreme grandmaster. Fang Yuan closed his eyes and pondered, carefully comprehending the changes brought about by his refinement path attainment. He casually flipped through any goo recipe. Mortal goo recipes were easy to understand. With just one glance, Fang Yuan could see through the profundities contained within, and with just a thought, he could raise this goo recipe to its optimal level. Next, he flipped through immortal goo recipes. Immortal goo recipes were naturally much more abundant than mortal goo recipes, and the difficulty was also much higher. But this was not a problem for Fang Yuan. He found that as long as he focused on learning, he only needed to think about some difficult problems, and he would be able to understand the logic behind them. For some of the more complex rank 8 immortal goo recipes, Fang Yuan needed to use wisdom path methods to think about them continuously. But because he had quasi-supreme wisdom path attainment as a foundation, he would not think wrongly. Sometimes he did not even need to deduce. He could refine immortal goo with just this intuition in his heart and determine whether an immortal goo recipe was correct or not. Facing an immortal goo recipe that he understood completely, he could instantly think of a large number of modification plans, and the more he thought about it, the more modification plans he could come up with. As for remnant recipes, in the past, he needed to use the light of wisdom to deduce them, but now the difficulty had greatly decreased. Of course, he was not omnipotent in this aspect. Many remnant recipes deductions still required the attainment level of that path. In history, there were only 3 supreme grandmasters in refinement path. I have quasi-supreme grandmaster attainment. Now, not to mention the current era, even in the long river of history, just based on refinement path attainment, I am definitely in the top 10. Although Fang Yuan's battle strength did not change, his vision was completely different. It had almost risen to the highest level of goo cultivation. Standing at this height, Fang Yuan was simply overlooking the entire goo cultivation process. Countless comprehensions surged in his heart. Goo paths nurturing, usage, and refinement are actually one. Goo worm nurturing contains refinement techniques, refinement contains usage techniques, and usage also contains the profundities of nurturing and refinement techniques. The current Fang Yuan could completely deduce how to raise a goo worm and what effect it had from a complete and correct goo recipe. By drawing parallels, he could also deduce how to refine goo worms from nurturing and usage techniques. Wait, I understand. Actually, any killer move, be it mortal killer moves or immortal killer moves, can be considered a goo refinement remnant recipe. Chapter 1574. This was one of the highest pursuits of refinement path, to combine all kinds of killer moves into a single goo worm. For example, mortal killer move self-strength. This move was a strength path killer move, created by Northern Plains goo immortal Su Xianair for her daughter He Lulan. Its core was strength path, but it also involved soul path and chi path. Once it was activated, it could create a human phantom. The phantom was lifelike. It was a depiction of the goo master's subconscious. Moreover, this strength path phantom could chase after the enemy on its own. It had intelligence. There were a total of 40 to 50 goo worms that formed this killer move. According to Fong Yuan's current understanding of refinement path, any killer move, be it mortal or immortal, could be considered an incomplete recipe for goo refinement. That is to say, the contents of self-strength killer move could be continuously deleted and added in all kinds of goo materials, perfecting it until it formed a goo recipe for self-strength goo. When the goo recipe is perfected and self-strength goo is refined, just by activating this goo worm, it could create a strength path phantom. The benefits of this were obvious. The killer move would be condensed into a goo worm. The number of goo worms would be reduced to 1. When the goo master uses it, not only would it be convenient and fast, the primeval essence expenditure would also be much lower than the previous killer move. Another example was Immortal Killer Move Myriad Self. This move was created by Fong Yuan in this life, enslavement and strength path. It was raised from the fusion of dragon horse spirit, 3 heads 6 arms, rat plague, lightning storm, leopard rush, horse stamp, 3 hearts combination soul, beast phantom encirclement, 6-arm heavenly zombie king, and other killer moves. The core, immortal goo, were self-strength, pulling mountain, pulling water, and cleanse soul. The supplementary goo were all-out effort goo, bitter strength goo, borrow strength goo, self-reliance goo, refine essence spirit goo, amplify effect goo, earth strength goo, fire, water, wind, lightning, and other goo, heavenly essence treasure king lotus goo, lurking soul coat goo, breath concealment goo, group strength goo, and all kinds of soul path mortal goo. Evidently, this killer move had a lot of contents. It was very troublesome to activate. It was also because Fong Yuan was very familiar with it. It had already become an instinct of his body. He could use it freely in battle. But in fact, it contained countless things. It was very complex. What if this killer move was improved and refined into a goo? Myriad self-immortal goo. Evidently, this was very convenient. It was too convenient. As long as Fong Yuan instilled his immortal essence and activated this goo worm, he would be able to create tens of thousands of strength path phantoms. It was convenient and fast. In the past, Fong Yuan wasn't qualified at all. But now that he had become a refinement path quasi-supreme master, he had the ability to reach this level, refining all kinds of killer moves into goo worms. Fong Yuan's heart palpitated with excitement, but he did not lose his cool. He remained calm and continued to think deeply. I already have the ability to turn killer moves into goo worms. However, some killer moves can be condensed into a goo worm, like Myriad Self. But some killer moves cannot, like Purple Blood River Formation, Ignited Thought Flying Rock, and others. If these killer moves are condensed to the limit, they will need several immortal goo. In the future, when I activate these immortal goo, I will be able to coordinate them and activate killer moves successfully. However, there are pros and cons to this method. The advantage is that it's much faster and more convenient. The drain on my mind and spirit is greatly reduced, but there are also disadvantages. Firstly, for example, after Myriad Self is condensed into a single Myriad Self immortal goo, other immortal goo might be used as goo materials to be used during the goo refinement process. Moreover, activating Myriad Self immortal goo alone might not be as powerful as the killer move Myriad Self. The killer move Myriad Self required so many immortal goo and supplementary mortal goo, but there was only one Myriad Self goo worm. If it was only rank 6 or 7, it would have limited Tao marks and would not have enough power. And there is another point. If there is only one goo worm, it will be easy to target. Killer moves might be complex, but it will be much harder for others to deduce and decipher them. Killer moves could be continuously modified and upgraded. For example, Myriad Self-Killer Move had variation moves like Strength Path Giant Hand and Reverse Flow Protection Seal. But if there was only one Myriad Self Goo Worm, there would be no such upgrade. Of course, in general, condensing it into a single goo worm has more benefits, because it can be used as a core, immortal goo to construct killer moves. This way, the power can be raised, and it will not be easily countered. Even if some immortal goo are used as goo materials during the refinement process, I can refine them again. This ability would be of great help to Fang Yuan. Ignoring everything else, just myriad self-killer move alone. Fang Yuan's reverse flow protection seal was a variation of this killer move. All along, it was very troublesome for Fang Yuan to activate reverse flow protection seal. He needed some time to prepare the killer move. The steps were complicated, and if there was a slight mistake, the killer move would fail, and he would be heavily injured. But if he had myriad self-immortal goo, Fang Yuan could modify reverse flow protection seal. The steps would be greatly simplified, and he would be able to activate reverse flow protection seal quickly. That way, his battle strength would rise by a huge margin. Fang Yuan calculated. He had a lot of killer moves, but only a few were truly useful. Myriad self-killer move could be condensed and refined. Purple Thought Insight Starlight could be condensed into several immortal goo. Ancient Sword Dragon Transformation could also be condensed into one goo worm. By then, Myriad Self-Immortal Goo and Ancient Sword Dragon Immortal Goo would be able to unleash the killer move Myriad Dragon with just 2 immortal goo. Divination Tortoise Transformation, Self-Cleansing 180 Slaves, Enslavement After Victorious Battle, and others could all be condensed and refined. As he researched and thought about this, Fang Yuan had a new understanding. Wait, be it killer moves or goo refinement, they are all using Tao in essence. Doesn't my reverse flow protection seal use the reverse flow river? Spectral, Soul, Demon, Venerable's Orderly Well killer move. Didn't it use City Well? City Well and reverse flow river are not goo worms. Why can they be used? Isn't it because they are secluded domains of heaven and earth? They contain a lot of Tao marks. We can use them. Fang Yuan thought about it again. The nurturing, use, and refinement of goo worms were all Tao in essence. There were too many goo cultivation paths: fire path, water path, metal path, wood path, strength path, wisdom path, soul path, rule path, poison path, theft path. These paths talk about the nurturing, use, and refinement of goo worms. They are actually describing a type of Tao in this world. Suddenly, a classic phrase of the goo cultivation world flashed in Fang Yuan's mind. Man is the spirit of all living beings. Goo are the essence of heaven and earth. There had never been a moment where Fang Yuan had such a deep understanding of this phrase. I want to condense killer moves into goo worms. I need to reduce the goo worms and add goo materials to fuse them into one. Immortal goo are fragments of the great Tao. Goo materials are the accumulation of Tao marks. As long as the paths are the same, they can replace each other. Looking at reverse flow protection seal and orderly well, the reason why they can be used as killer moves is because reverse flow river and city, while have too many Tao marks, they can replace the effects of goo worms. From this point, these 2 killer moves have already transformed from killer moves to goo recipes. Many of his doubts were cleared up as Fang Yuan continued to ponder. Refinement path was actually quite special, although it was a single path. It involved all kinds of paths. Fang Yuan's attainment of quasi-supreme grandmaster in refinement path gave him much deeper and deeper insights than any other path. Think about it. If I use landscape as before immortal goo to repair Dang Hun Mountain on the surface, it looks like a goo worm is working, but it can also be seen as the killer move, landscape as before, activating. Any killer move can be seen as a goo refinement remnant recipe, thus changing the angle. This is also goo refinement. It is just that I am not refining a goo worm, but a rank 9 immortal material. Dang Hun Mountain, Fang Yuan only had rank 7 cultivation level, but he could actually refine a rank 9 immortal material. Don't forget, the most crucial thing here was orderly well. It was Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's creation. And back then, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had used Orderly Well on Dang Hun Mountain. It was a rank 9 killer move. Understanding this, Fang Yuan had many new ideas about repairing Dang Hun Mountain. Since Dang Hun Mountain can be repaired, I can use it as the core to imitate Reverse Flow River and form an immortal killer move. Oh, I understand now. In Spectral Soul's true inheritance, the peak of soul cultivation is the 3 6-joint 1,000 arms demon souls. Isn't this a man-made secluded domain of heaven and earth? There is also Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's rank 9 killer move Ghostly Concealment. It is countless Tao marks, they work together and can be activated without any immortal essence. This is also a man-made secluded domain of heaven and earth. All along, Fang Yuan did not understand why Ghostly Concealment did not need immortal essence and could be activated without stopping. But now he realized, did Dang Hun Mountain need immortal essence? No. Did Luo Pa Valley need immortal essence? It also did not. Spectral Soul Venerable resisted calamities and tribulations with his soul strength, even though he used immortal essence to activate killer moves. In essence, he did not need immortal essence to have absolute battle strength. But there was one point. It did not mean that by casually stacking all sorts of Tao marks together, as long as there was enough of them, they could form a secluded domain of heaven and earth. They could form a killer move like Ghostly Concealment. Tao marks also needed to be matched. Wasn't this matching goo refinement? The required goo materials needed to be carefully selected. Wasn't it just nurturing goo? The required ingredients also needed to be of a certain standard. Wasn't it just using goo? The coordination between goo worms was the coordination of Tao marks. Thinking like this, after a long while, Fang Yuan slowly opened his eyes. 3 days and 3 nights had passed. He had only taken a few hours to digest the refinement path true meaning, but he had used 3 days and 3 nights to comprehend it. Fang Yuan's black eyes were shining brightly. They were deep and unfathomable. Seeing Fang Yuan's gaze, Land Spirit of Langya became uncertain. What's wrong with me? Fang Yuan asked. Land Spirit of Langya sighed. At that moment, your aura made me feel like I was looking at the former giant sun, immortal and thieving heaven demon venerable. Giant sun, immortal, thieving heaven demon, venerable, Enigu venerable was a publicly recognized supreme grandmaster in the world. Fang Yuan's refinement path, quasi-supreme grandmaster attainment level, was already at the edge of their level. He was no longer looking at the towering mountains. He could see the scenery at this level. Chapter 1575. Slumbering Lightning Python. Land Spirit of Langya shouted angrily. At the next moment, lightning flashed and interweaved like water, forming a huge lightning python that resembled a dragon. Lightning was yang, python was yin. The lightning python contained yin and yang. It dispelled the berserk nature of the lightning, making it look gentle. Thus, the lightning python was not sinister, it was elegant and cute instead. It slithered and slowly coiled around a stone mountain that resembled an elephant. The python's body continued to rub against the stone, grinding it into the finest powder. In Refinement Path, there were 4 publicly recognized immortal moves that were most suitable for processing immortal materials. Slumbering Lightning Python was one of them. Land Spirit of Langya originated from long-hair ancestor. He naturally had a good grasp of it. This killer move was at rank 8 because it used a rank 8 Refinement Path immortal goo without a rank 8 Slumbering Lightning Python. This rank 8 immortal material, Elephant Armor Mountain, could not be processed. This was an information path, immemorial immortal material. Land Spirit of Langya had been processing immortal materials for several hours already. More than 10 rank 8 immortal materials had been processed in front of Elephant Armor Mountain. These immortal materials were of all kinds. They were all information path immortal materials. Slumbering lightning python gradually dissipated. Elephant armor mountain was also completely crushed into powder. These powder and other immortal materials fused into a lump under the effect of land spirit of Langya's method. It formed a constantly rotating rainbow whirlpool. All right, disperse the immortal formation. Land spirit of Langya let out a breath of turbid air and said with extreme fatigue. Immediately, a hairy man-gu immortal took the lead and dispersed this refinement path immortal formation. Once the immortal formation was gone, the aura of the rainbow whirlpool spread. Wisdom Gu was like a cat that smelled fish. It immediately flew over and plunged into the rainbow whirlpool, immersing itself in it. So, Wisdom Gu has such a characteristic. Fang Yuan saw this and sighed. Rumors say that the Gu recipe for refining Wisdom Gu contains a large number of information path immortal materials. In nature, wild Wisdom Gu can only complete its advancement in places filled with information path Dao marks. Land spirit of Langya said. With that said, Fang Yuan immediately understood. As for Wisdom Gu's recipe, be it Spectral Soul's true inheritance or Langya true inheritance, they did not record it. Only in the Celestial Court. Fang Yuan could not control the wild Wisdom Gu, but he could move this rainbow whirlpool remotely. As for that 4,000-year lifespan Gu, it was already in place after refinement path, true meaning. Great Elder, thank you for taking action personally this time. I will repay the debt I owe you, Fang Yuan said sincerely to the land spirit of Langya. The method to teleport Wisdom Gu, although simple, had a high price. All sorts of rank 8 immortal materials were used to create this temporary rainbow whirlpool. Not long after, the whirlpool would gradually dissipate. Other than deceiving the Wisdom Gu into shifting its position, there would be no benefits. Of course, Fang Yuan would pay for this. After discussing with the land spirit of Langya, both sides came to an agreement. Fang Yuan would owe them for now. There was no need to repay them now. After all, Fang Yuan had just gone through a huge battle. His immortal essence was almost depleted. He needed to replenish it. This was also the reason why Fang Yuan's status was rising. If it were before, he would not have such generous benefits. But now, after he beat up Thunder Ghost True Monarch, he had the upper hand in the negotiation with the land spirit of Langya. The situation is urgent. I need to go into closed cultivation and deduce with all my strength. I need to find a way to get out of this predicament as soon as possible. Fang Yuan said, Then I will not disturb you. Land spirit of Langya had a look of joy, the exhaustion on his face lessened by a lot. Fang Yuan returned to his cloud city. Speaking of which, Feng Jioga and the rest had invaded Langya blessed land. They had also taken away several cloud cities. Fang Yuan's cloud city was lucky enough to avoid this calamity. It was preserved. Of course, this might also be related to Fang Yuan's strong luck. Fang Yuan was in closed cultivation in his cloud city. The other variant human Gu immortals wanted to get in touch with him, but Fang Yuan did not want to meet them. Even the snowmen were the same. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, immortal killer move, strength reversing life and death. This move is a strength path killer move. It is not suitable for the time path clone. I can modify it into time path in the future. Fang Yuan's time path clone instantly turned into an immortal zombie, arriving in front of Wisdom Gu. A moment later, Wisdom Gu burst out with the light of wisdom. Fang Yuan's time path clone sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, bathing in the light as he thought rapidly. The Dao marks that Feng Jioga left behind in Langya blessed land were placed aside by Fang Yuan. Compared to Langya blessed land's safety, the latter was naturally more important. Right now, the most important thing is to raise the killer move Yama. Otherwise, once I leave the immortal aperture, I will need to maintain Yama, the immortal essence expenditure will be too huge. If Yama was not raised, Fang Yuan would be too passive. If his location was exposed, and the Celestial Court continued to make deductions, more secrets would be exposed. This was not a situation that Fang Yuan wanted to see. Earlier, Fang Yuan had thought about it. Rather than using Ghost Official Garment to resist the Celestial Court's deductions, he might as well use ghostly concealment. Yama was a successful attempt. But now, the Celestial Court had too many clues about Fang Yuan. The current Yama could no longer protect Fang Yuan. This calculation went on for more than a month. Of course, the light of wisdom did not always exist during this period. The entire process was very smooth. Because Fang Yuan was a great grandmaster in theft path attainment level, his refinement path attainment level was quasi-supreme grandmaster, ghostly concealment, ghost official garment, and other killer moves were completely grasped. Only his soul path attainment level was lacking. It was a hindrance. The biggest obstacle was in the middle and late stages. But after Fang Yuan added rank 8 Immortal Gu Soul Beast token, it was resolved. Yama's killer move changed greatly. Fang Yuan renamed it Yama Emperor. Yama Emperor's killer move had 4 main components. One was ghostly concealment, one was ghost official garment, one was soul beast token, and the last was myriad self. Even though Yama Emperor deduced it, it can only be considered a preliminary creation. I still need to try to activate it and make adjustments. I will let my main body do this. As for the clone, I will continue to deduce how to deal with the Tao marks left behind by Fengjoga. Just like this, from the time Fang Yuan returned, half a month had passed in Langya Blessed Land. Fang Yuan finally came out of seclusion. The clone's deduction task was completed. Fang Yuan found a way to deal with the Tao marks left behind by Fengjoga. He handed this method to Land Spirit of Langya. The latter's expression changed when he saw it. He scolded Celestial Court for being sinister and crafty. It turned out that if these Tao marks were removed using refinement path methods, it would instead strengthen these Tao marks. Self-cleansing was also ineffective. Celestial Court was inferior to Spectral Soul Demon Venerable in terms of soul path, but its refinement path foundation was not weaker than Langya's sect. After all, among the 3 supreme grandmasters in history, only Longhair Ancestor was a hairy man. The other 2 were humans. Their inheritances were mostly taken away by Celestial Court. Fang Yuan was a quasi-supreme grandmaster. He knew about this plot and provided the simplest method to deal with it. When Langya Blessed Land moved, these Tao marks could be quickly removed using Fang Yuan's method. Other than that, other methods would take more than 10 years. Thus, the problem returned to the original point. That was Langya Blessed Land's relocation. What do we do? Maybe Celestial Court is purposely making this arrangement to force us to relocate our blessed land. Land Spirit of Langya was very worried. Fang Yuan also had such worries. Celestial Court had not made a move during this period of time, but it did not mean they had given up. It was highly likely that they had already made arrangements and were waiting for Langya Blessed Land to expose its location. But if they did not relocate, Celestial Court would find its location sooner or later. It seems we can only prepare to forcefully relocate. This is Myriad Self-Immortal Gu's recipe. If I refine it, it will be a huge help to my battle strength. Fang Yuan said as he handed a Gu recipe to Land Spirit of Langya. This was naturally the result of his most recent deductions. Relying on his refinement path, quasi-supreme grandmaster attainment, Fang Yuan was confident this was already the best plan in the world. Myriad Self-Immortal Gu, Land Spirit of Langya took a look, and his attention was immediately attracted. Even though his obsession was different, it still originated from Longhair Ancestor. If you refine this Immortal Gu recipe, it will be at least rank 7. However, there are several immortal materials inside that are also very rare in Langya's treasury. Even jewel yellow skies will not be able to purchase them in a short period of time. Land Spirit of Langya smiled bitterly. No matter, I will make arrangements for these immortal materials. Fang Yuan waved his hand and smiled with a deep gaze. With the brand new killer move Yama Emperor, he planned to use this chance to test the power of this move in battle. Chapter 1576. In the southeast of the northern icy plain, north of Inkman City, northwest of Poison Grassland, and south of Meng tribe's territory, there was a place called Autumn Blade Plain. The terrain here was flat and barren. It was a wondrous land that was naturally formed. Meng too walked on Autumn Blade Plain step by step. He was tall and sturdy, his skin had a copper luster. He wore a vest that exposed his shoulders, and his pants were rolled up, revealing his calves. He was walking barefoot, without shoes. Step by step, the flat ground was as sharp as a blade. As Meng Tu stepped on this layer of silvery white soil, it was like he was walking on a mountain of blades, every step leaving behind bright red footprints. But his expression was like a stone statue. There were no changes. He was silent like iron. His eyes were shut and his brows were slightly furrowed. He had doubts in his heart. This autumn blade plain is filled with blade path Dao marks. It naturally gives birth to countless edge-gu. I have been walking here and there for several years. What am I lacking that I cannot break through to blade path attainment level? Blade path was a very small path. It could not be compared to metal path, fire path, earth path, and others. Speaking of blade path, one had to talk about sword path. These two paths had deep grudges, but they also intertwined with each other. Because the source of these two paths was the same, edge-gu. Regarding edge-gu, the legends of Rinzhu had clear records. Rinzhu walked in ordinary abyss. Some places here were muddy swamps. It was easy to get stuck in the mud, and the stench was overwhelming. Some places were filled with thorns and thorns. Rinzhu's body was full of injuries from the thorns. There were also places underground where edge-gu were buried. When Rinzhu stepped on them, the soles of his feet were cut by the sharp edges. The wounds were wide and blood flowed out. It was extremely painful when he walked. Edge-gu was the source of blade path and sword path. The natural world also produced many wild edge-gu. Autumn Blade Plain was one of the few edge-gu production areas in the 5 regions. It was controlled by the Superforce Meng tribe. Meng too cultivated blade path. He had rank 7 cultivation level and peak battle strength. He was a genius when he was young. He grew rapidly and was a famous expert in Northern Plains Gu Immortal World, one of the pillars of Meng tribe's battle strength. Several years ago, he had taken the initiative to request the clan's Gu Immortals to guard this Autumn Blade Plain. On one hand, it was to look after this important resource point for the clan. On the other hand, it was for his own cultivation. His Saber Dao realm was stuck at the quasi-great Grandmaster level. Meng too wanted to borrow the power of Autumn Blade Plains to imitate the actions of the human ancestor and allow his Saber Dao realm to truly step into the ranks of great Grandmasters. But in these last few years, although he had some gains in his heart, there was always a layer of gauze that prevented him from stepping into the ranks of great Grandmasters. Meng too had a persevering temperament. Although he had not seen any results for several years, he did not have the slightest thought of giving up. Sigh, how difficult is breaking through to the great Grandmaster realm? The Grand Supreme Elders in the clan all praised me as a rare saber genius that only appears once in 1,000 years, but with my talent, I've only been a quasi-great Grandmaster for several hundred years. Although it feels like there's a layer of gauze between us, it's so close yet so far away. It's harder than ascending to the heavens. However, I still have to continue walking. This method is still effective. One day, I'll definitely become a Saber Dao Grandmaster. Who are you? Right at this time, the Gu formation that covered the whole of Autumn Blade Plains suddenly collapsed. revealing the clear blue sky. A figure that was like a demonic god charged towards Meng Tu without saying a word, with a vast demonic aura. Such guts! Meng Tu's hair immediately stood on end in anger. He roared like thunder and did not dodge. His hands were like blades as he brazenly counterattacked. With a loud sound, the newcomer was unmoving like a mountain, while Meng Tu was sent flying by the huge force. This immortal killer move of mine might not have any aura, but its power is restrained to the extreme. Even the defenses of rank 7 Gu immortals can be destroyed by it. To think that this person is completely unharmed after taking my attack head-on. This is a great enemy. Meng Tu was inwardly shocked. He quickly stabilized his footing and stared at the newcomer, shouting angrily, "State your name? You dare to invade my Meng tribe's territory." Ha ha ha. Fang Yuan laughed wildly. His tone had already changed. "Meng Tu, of course you don't know me, but you don't need to know me, because dead people don't need to know much. Myriad self-immortal Gus. Recipe required a vast number of edge Gu, and even more, a special rank 7 immortal material deep under Autumn Blade Plain, drinking blade wine. This wine was not naturally produced. It was formed from Meng Tu's bloodstains over the years. After they seeped deep into the ground, they merged with the blade path Dao marks here and gradually formed into this wondrous item. In Fang Yuan's previous life, in order to break through and enter blade path great Grandmaster realm, Meng Tu cultivated here day and night without sleep, but he did not find an opportunity. Meng Tu could not break through, so he wanted to imitate Rinzhu. He wanted to stab edge Gu into his heart and comprehend blade path more deeply. When the killer move he created was not complete and had a hidden and serious flaw, Meng Tu's mentality gradually changed, and he often fell into a state of madness. Meng Tu also knew that this was not appropriate, but he was obsessed with it and continued to cultivate, hiding it from others. When the 5 regions' chaotic war started, Meng Tu participated in it, but the flaw in the battlefield erupted. He fell into madness and killed his own tribe's Gu immortals. After Meng Tu woke up, he destroyed the corpses and made up a reason to hide it from the tribe. But the matter was too sudden. Meng Tu's handling of it was limited. The truth could not be concealed. Northern Plains Gu immortals gradually found out about it. Meng Tu was under immense pressure. This was someone from the Celestial Court. They were secretly instigating him. Meng Tu was initially hoping to get lucky. He wanted to use the Celestial Court to establish merit and make up for his mistakes. But how could the Celestial Court allow a blade path Gu immortal to scheme against them? Meng Tu was instead schemed against by the Celestial Court. After one wrong step, he continued to make mistakes. He had no choice but to rely on the Celestial Court. In order to assist this chess piece, the Celestial Court deduced the opportunity to advance to Great Grandmaster. It was this drinking blade wine deep underground. Meng Tu followed the Celestial Court's instructions and came to Autumn Blade Plain. He dug deep underground and excavated a large amount of drinking blade wine. He drank a small mouthful. His organs felt like they were being cut by blades. He drank a large mouthful. The pain was unbearable. He drank a 3rd mouthful and advanced to Blade Path Great Grandmaster. At this point, he wholeheartedly served the Celestial Court. He became the 2nd highest ranked trader in Northern Plains after Prince's Impatience. Later on, his identity was exposed by Ma Hongyun by chance, and that was another story. Fang Yuan deduced that there was drinking blade wine here. Even though there was not much, he did not need much. As for this Meng Tu, Fang Yuan had carefully chosen him. He was a suitable opponent for him to test Yama Emperor's killer move. Fang Yuan could not find a rank 8 Gu immortal to test Yama Emperor's killer move. That would be asking for trouble. Fang Yuan did not care about ordinary rank 7 Gu immortals. Meng Tu, who had rank 7 peak stage battle strength, had been famous for a long time, and was also a Blade Path Quasi-Great Grandmaster. He was very suitable. Thus, Fang Yuan traveled a long distance to Autumn Blade Plain to find trouble with Meng Tuesday. That attack just now was Meng Tu's trump card killer move. It is great power, but I used Yama Emperor's killer move to block it. This defensive power is quite good. Fang Yuan evaluated inwardly. Right now, he had already activated Yama Emperor. His whole body was covered in a yellowish-brown imperial robe. He had turned into a giant that was over 3 meters tall. The giant wore a crown on his head, and beaded curtains hung down from both his front and back. His face was deep and eerie, as if shrouded in a layer of fog, or like a whirlpool of darkness. His sleeves were wide. A jade belt was tied around his waist, and there was a layer of bronze armor on his chest and back. On the surface of his robe, there were thousands of ghosts drawn in golden lines. They were arranged in an orderly manner. They were unmoving like a forest, giving off a solemn aura. Meng Tu's attack earlier was not completely ineffective. The bronze armor on Yama Emperor's chest caved in a little. But soon, after Fang Yuan's soul foundation fell a little, this curve immediately swelled up and returned to its original state. This was the uniqueness of Yama Emperor's killer move. Rank 9 ghostly concealment did not consume anything. It could operate on its own, while Ghost Official Garment relied on Soul Foundation. The combination of the two, Yama Emperor's killer move did not require Immortal Essence. It only consumed Fang Yuan's Soul Foundation. A mere Meng Tu is only SOSO. You have been in secluded cultivation here for so many years. What new killer move did you create? It would be a pity if you don't use it before you die. Fang Yuan provoked. Meng Tu laughed wildly in anger. Then he looked at Fang Yuan with a pitiful gaze. No matter who you are courting death by challenging me here. This place was once protected by an immortal formation, but do you know why I made the decision to convince the clan to take back the immortal formation? Because as long as I am here, there is no need for an immortal formation to protect this place. Saying so, Meng Tu stomped his right foot on the ground. Chapter 1577. In the blink of an eye, Fang Yuan was already surrounded by countless blade path phantoms. Not just that. Even the sky was filled with countless blade lights, isolating the inside from the outside. No matter who you are, your defensive killer move is indeed powerful. Meng Tu was protected by layers of blade path phantoms. He looked at Fang Yuan with a dark gaze. He smiled as he rubbed his hands to soothe the numbness from that attack. But Meng Tu raised his head slightly and looked up at the towering Yen Di, but there was a look of pity in his eyes. You shouldn't have come to the Autumn Blade Plain to find trouble with me. Actually, it is not impossible for you to find trouble with me here. It is just that you chose the wrong time. If I had just come here, you might still have a chance to live. But now, Meng Tu laughed as he shook his head with his hands behind his back. At the next moment, Fang Yuan continued his words, but now, this place is filled with your traces. For many years, you have been comprehending blade path here, attempting to break through the bottleneck and become a blade path great grandmaster. Because of this, you can greatly influence the Tao marks here, creating an environment that is close to an immortal battlefield killer move. That is the scene I am seeing now. Meng Tu's expression changed. He thought that no one knew his trump card, but to think that Fang Yuan was not only not shocked, he even spoke of his trump card, like he was familiar with it. Fang Yuan's voice became deep. Do you know why I am finding trouble with you? It is because you have such a method that you can create such a battle environment. Right now, this place is close to an immortal battlefield, but it is not a true immortal battlefield. There is a difference in essence. That is, your influence has already been displayed to the maximum. You cannot control it as you wish. So on one hand, this place is trapping me, but on the other hand, isn't it trapping you here as well? Meng Tu's pupils shrunk as he heard this. His smug expression completely vanished. Who are you? He had a nervous expression as he asked Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan laughed as he looked around. Even though there are many Blade Path Phantoms, their quality is lacking. Coincidentally, my killer move also has a similar method. Let's spar first. With that, countless roars came from the yellowish-brown imperial robe that Fang Yuan was wearing. Then, the monsters drawn on the surface of the robe came to life and began to move. Then, one by one, from small to large, they jumped out from Fang Yuan's Yama Emperor robe. These ghosts were all humanoid in appearance, but they were hideous and ferocious. They had green faces and sharp fangs. Their claws were like knives, and their eyes were blood red. They looked terrifying and horrifying. Kill! Meng Tu's eyes narrowed as he mobilized his saber Dao shadows to attack the ghosts. These Blade Dao phantoms all resembled him, but their faces were blurry. Compared to the towering ghosts, they were like mice compared to the wheels of a carriage. The monster howled and stretched out its huge arms, which were like the trunks of a towering tree, sweeping in all directions. Bang! 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 Along the way, all the saber Dao phantoms collapsed. The ghosts let out frenzied roars as they moved in all directions. They were invincible. The saber Dao phantoms were all crushed and trampled on. None of them were a match. These ghosts are so strong. Each of them has rank 7 battle strength. Meng Tu had rich battle experience. After observing for a while, his heart felt heavy as a mountain, and his eyelids were twitching. But it doesn't matter. My saber Dao phantoms originate from the natural Dao marks of Autumn Blade Plane. They are almost endless. Even though the quality is lacking, I can use quantity to make up for it. Meng Tu calmed down immediately. These Yama children have pretty good battle strength. Fang Yuan observed for a while and evaluated inwardly. He was quite satisfied with this result. These ghosts were the ancient soul beasts that Fang Yuan had collected from Green Ghost Desert. When Fang Yuan activated Yama Emperor, he could modify these ancient soul beasts and turn them into human forms, turning them into Yama children. This effect came from the blood deity Immortal Gu recipe. Fang Yuan had Grandmaster attainment level in Blood Path, and with the help of the Light of Wisdom, he had already deduced the blood deity Immortal Gu recipe. Right now, Fang Yuan was a Refinement Path Quasi-Supreme Grandmaster. Any Immortal Gu recipe could be turned into an immortal killer move after his deductions. Thus, Fang Yuan also had the blood deity Immortal Killer move. Yama children were designed with reference to the blood deity killer move, but it was not just the blood deity killer move. It also incorporated some of the essence of Spectral Soul's true inheritance. For example, Soul Beast modification. Spectral Soul modified the soul beasts in the Door of Life and Death, making them extremely loyal to Spectral Soul. Even when facing Duke Long, they would fight to the death. There was also a Soul Path Immortal Killer move, Death Return. This Immortal Killer move was created by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable when he was still alive, after comprehending the secluded domain of heaven and earth, the Door of Life and Death. What kind of place was the Door of Life and Death? After any living being died, their soul would return to the Door of Life and Death. But after Red Lotus Demon Venerable destroyed Fate Gu, the Door of Life and Death's power fell by a lot. Countless souls were left in the world and gradually turned into soul beasts. The killer move Life and Death Return allowed Gu immortals to have the ability to retrieve their souls from the Door of Life and Death. Fang Yuan had perfectly fused this move into Yama Emperor's killer move, allowing Yama children to have the ability to instantly return. Soon, a Yama child gave a miserable cry. Its leg was broken. It fell to the ground with a loud sound. Countless Blade Path phantoms immediately swarmed over and submerged it. But Fang Yuan willed, return. At the next moment, this Yama child turned into a lump of fog. With a whoosh, it shot back to Fang Yuan's imperial robe, turning back into a ghostly picture It was motionless, it was riddled with injuries, and its leg was broken. There was such a transformation. Meng Tu was shocked again. His hands that were behind his back subconsciously loosened. He looked at Fang Yuan with a dazed gaze. This Yama child was too shameless. Meng Tu had originally planned to rely on numbers to kill these Yama children, but he had not expected them to have a method to return. Although in theory, any killer move could be broken, Meng Tu was a Blade Path Gu Immortal. He was not a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal. Even if he was a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal, this rank 8 Yama Emperor, if he was not a Wisdom Path Great Expert, how could he break it on the spot? Even if it was Fairy Myrtle, she could not break it on the spot. Against Reverse Flow Protection Seal, she had to repeatedly gather clues on the battlefield, accumulating them to have some results. Fang Yuan's Yama Emperor Killer move used ghostly concealment as its foundation. This rank 9 killer move was a man-made secluded domain of heaven and earth. It was on the same level as Reverse Flow River. How could Meng Tu break it? Meng Tu could not break it. He could only brace himself and continue to fight against Fang Yuan. The number of Yama children was limited after all. Although they killed a large number of Blade Path Phantoms, their injuries accumulated and they fell into a state of heavy injuries. They were retrieved by Fang Yuan one by one. On the battlefield, the number of Yama children was decreasing, while the Blade Path Phantoms were emerging endlessly. After all, Fang Yuan's time was limited. He could not modify enough soul beasts. With just this battle, Autumn Blade Plains Foundation is likely to weaken by more than half. Meng Tu's expression was gloomy. The price he had to pay for this was very high. He was using the entire Autumn Blade Plain, Meng tribe's future profits, to engage in a war of attrition with Fang Yuan. But no matter how much he had to sacrifice, Meng Tu resolutely carried out this tactic. Fang Yuan's earlier words had truly frightened him. In his heart, he had already regarded Fang Yuan as the strongest enemy in his life. Meng Tu was very careful, using any method he could to deal with Fang Yuan. However, this was also the result that Fang Yuan wanted to achieve with his words. Only such a Meng Tu was the best stepping stone for him to test the quality of Yama Emperor's killer move. There were only a few Yama children left. They guarded beside Fang Yuan, while countless Blade Path Phantoms surrounded them, surging over like a tide. The recovery speed is also acceptable. Fang Yuan's expression did not change. He stood on the spot like a 1,000-year-old ancient tree, unaffected by the wind and rain. At this time, the first Yama child that he retrieved back to the surface of Yama Emperor's imperial robe had already recovered from its injuries. It had recovered to its most complete state. These soul beasts that were modified into Yama children, once they returned to Yama Emperor's side, they would be continuously healed. Of course, it would also consume Fang Yuan's soul foundation. This contained the profound meaning of Gu refinement. Yama children were still soul beasts in essence. The healing of Yama children, in other words, was the process of Gu refinement. If I release these recovered Yama children, I wonder what expression Meng Tu will have. Fang Yuan smiled to himself, but he did not do it. He used another method instead. Let me see the offensive power of Yama Emperor. At the next moment, Fang Yuan shouted in his mind, "Soul explosion!" Yama Emperor suddenly opened his arms. His body shook as a surging black air wave surged out. The Yama children were unscathed in the black air wave. They were unstable as if they had encountered a strong wind. But those Blade Path Phantoms were like weak candlelight in a storm. They were extinguished instantly. In an instant, the entire battlefield was cleared. The countless blade lights were also destroyed. Meng Tu was forced back several hundred steps by the soul explosion. He half knelt on the ground. His whole body was shining with a dazzling light as he activated his defensive killer move to its greatest power. Such power! Meng Tu raised his head and quickly stood up. He looked at Fang Yuan with an expression of shock. This killer move is so powerful, it should be a compound move that combines both offense and defense. Its defense is extremely strong, and it has the powerful method of using clones and weapons. But its true strength lies in its offense. I have never seen or heard of this killer move. Was it created by this person? If so, who in the world is he to be able to create such a killer move? This soul explosion's effect is not bad. Fang Yuan smacked his lips. One of his Yama children had been completely expended. It had the power of a peak rank 7 killer move, but it was still not at rank 8 level. Defense, Yama children, recovery, soul explosion, these are all at the peak of rank 7. But Yama Emperor's true strength lies in 2 other aspects. Now, let me try this move. Just as Fang Yuan was thinking, Meng Tu had already charged over, shouting, "Come, have a taste of my heaven and earth blade." Immortal killer move, Great Thief Ghost Hand. In an instant, a ghostly hand as large as a cattail leaf fan appeared behind Meng Tu and directly entered his body. Then it shrank back and disappeared from sight once again. Puff! Meng Tu coughed out a mouthful of blood. The core immortal goo of heaven and earth blade was stolen. The killer move's activation failed. The backlash actually caused him to be heavily injured and on the verge of death. Chapter 1578. Earlier, in Green Ghost Desert, Fang Yuan had used Great Thief Ghost Hand to steal rank 8 Immortal Goo Soul Beast token. Great Thief Ghost Hand was only rank 7. Its core was rank 7 Great Thief Immortal Goo. But with the help of Yama, its power soared, and he could steal a rank 8 Immortal Goo from the legendary Immemorial Soul Beast Ching Cho. But back then, Great Thief Ghost Hand's range was very short. Fang Yuan's main body had to make a move personally. Fang Yuan modified Yama and fused Great Thief Ghost Hand into it, creating a brand new killer move, Yama Emperor. Right now, Fang Yuan's Great Thief Ghost Hand not only had a longer range, it could also conceal itself. It was not strange that Meng Tu got hit. It would be abnormal if he did not get hit. This is your blade path, Immortal Goo? Oh, white wing butterfly, fist-sized. Is this blade wing, Immortal Goo? Fang Yuan retracted Great Thief Ghost Hand, and a rank 7 Immortal Goo was sealed in his hand. The butterfly wings had layers of cloud markings on them. They were extremely exquisite. Cold sweat dripped down Meng Tu's forehead. He was lying on the ground. His pupils shrunk to pin size as he stared at Fang Yuan, his voice hoarse. You actually stole the immortal goo I hid in my immortal aperture? Did you obtain Thieving Heaven's true inheritance? Thieving Heaven's true inheritance. Hee, you guessed right. I did obtain one of them. Fang Yuan sneered. In front of Meng Tu, he stored Blade Wing, immortal goo in his immortal aperture, suppressing it in Heaven's sealing mountain. Meng Tu's eyelids twitched. Blade Wing Immortal Goo was not his vital goo. He had advanced it from a rank 5 mortal goo to this goo. He had failed dozens of times, expending a lot of resources, time, and energy to think that it would be snatched away today. Anger surged in Meng Tu's heart, but even more than anger, he felt fear. What did Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable rely on to wreak havoc in the world back then? Wasn't it this rogue method of stealing immortal goo? Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable could even steal things hidden in immortal apertures. And now, Fang Yuan had reused Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's methods. The latter shadow that suppressed an entire era was like a heavy dark cloud that shrouded Meng Tu's mind. Meng Tu healed his injuries with all his strength as he spoke with a nervous expression. Since you are a theft path goo immortal and have also inherited Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's true inheritance, then you should know the rules set by your sex founder, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. Thieves have their own path, always leave a way out, and never go to extremes. Since you took my Blade Wing immortal goo, what else do you want? If you want anything else, I can lend it to you. Back then, thieving heaven demon Venerable roamed the world unhindered. No one could stop him. But thieving heaven demon Venerable was not evil in nature. He was kind and respected glory. He only wanted to return to his homeland. All of his cultivation and stolen resources were used here. After the 5 regions, Gu immortals understood his goal. They also knew that they could not guard against thieving heaven demon Venerable's methods. If thieving heaven demon Venerable needed anything, as long as it did not endanger their lives, they would lend it to him. Thieving heaven demon Venerable was not greedy. After getting what he wanted, he would let the Gu immortals go and keep their lives. In most situations, he would only take what he needed. He did not care about the other immortal Gu or immortal materials, no matter how valuable they were. Since Fang Yuan had inherited thieving heaven demon Venerable's true inheritance, he was thieving heaven's inheritor. Meng Tu knew that he had no chance of winning. The situation was extremely bad. He directly asked for mercy. Fang Yuan frowned, saying, "If you really want to, it is not impossible." Saying so, Fang Yuan's eyes shined with brilliance. He pushed with both hands. Immortal killer move. Soul explosion. A surging black qi wave surged towards Meng Tu like a tide. Meng Tu did not dodge. He laughed loudly. "Do you really think I, Meng Tu, am someone who easily begs for mercy?" The moment he said so, he was engulfed by Fang Yuan's soul explosion black wave. But immediately, his body shone with dazzling blade light. He actually self-detonated. Boom! An intense explosion with vast and terrifying power overturned the whole of Autumn Blade Plain. After the explosion, Meng Tu's corpse was obliterated. While Fang Yuan's Yama Emperor was mostly destroyed, it was in a sorry state. The quasi-immortal battlefield that had enveloped the whole of Autumn Blade Plain had completely collapsed. The whole of Autumn Blade Plain had sunk by 5 to 6 feet. Fang Yuan used his investigative killer move to scan the battlefield. After several times, he finally confirmed that Meng Tu was truly dead. This Meng Tu actually self-detonated. Fang Yuan was shocked. He had a strange expression. He had not expected Meng Tu to be so brave and straightforward. This was clearly not the same as Fang Yuan's previous life's memories. If Meng Tu looked down on life and death so much, why would he side with the Celestial Court? Precisely because of this. Fang Yuan had always felt that Meng Tu's bones were soft, so when Meng Tu begged for mercy, Fang Yuan subconsciously chose to believe him. Of course, Fang Yuan had never thought of letting Meng Tu go, but just as he was about to attack, Meng Tu was one step ahead of him. He self-detonated. This decisiveness and willpower was truly too straightforward. Maybe Meng Tu's nature gradually changed through all sorts of events. After all, people change. Also, in the 500 years of my previous life, the Celestial Court was the one who took action. The Celestial Court naturally used an exceptional method to instigate Meng Tu's rebellion. Fang Yuan shook his head. He took one last look at Autumn Blade Plain before flying into the sky, rapidly retreating. Almost all of the Edge Gu in Autumn Blade Plain had been destroyed in this battle, but the potential for future development was even greater, because Meng Tu's final self-detonation had engraved all of his blade path Dao marks here. Fang Yuan, however, had very few gains in this battle. Other than testing Yama Emperor's killer move, he only obtained a rank 7 Blade Wing Immortal Gu. He had expected Meng Tu's Immortal Aperture and Soul, but he did not obtain them. Meng Tu's decisiveness caused Fang Yuan's gains to fall sharply. He achieved his goal. Even if he died, he would not let the enemy obtain any benefits. After Fang Yuan used Great Thief Ghost Hand, Meng Tu knew that his immortal Gu would be stolen by Fang Yuan one after another, and because he was heavily injured and was trapped here, he had no hope of escaping. Thus he self-detonated. From his perspective, it was a very wise move. Since ancient times, the hardest path is death. This Meng Tu has courage. In the 500 years of my previous life, he sided with the Celestial Court and was spurned by Northern Plains' immortal world and his clan. He was labeled as a disgrace. Although he died in this life, he will definitely have the honor of a martyr after death. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly. However, during the battle, his original goal was achieved. Long before he stole Bladewing Immortal Goo, he had secretly taken out the drinking blade wine from the depths of the ground. Along the way, he had also taken away several hundred edge goo. It was better than nothing. Fang Yuan retreated very quickly. Autumn Blade Plain was within Meng tribe's territory. When Meng Tu saw Fang Yuan attacking, he had definitely sent the information to the tribe. Thus, not long after, Meng tribe would sense Meng Tu's death and send a large number of Goo Immortals to the scene of Autumn Blade Plain. He had already obtained the items. Fang Yuan was still hoping that in the future, Northern Plains would become an obstacle to the expansion of the Celestial Court. Thus, there was no need to slaughter these Northern Plains Goo Immortals now and weaken Northern Plains' strength. Wouldn't that be helping the Celestial Court? When not fighting, Yama Emperor's imperial robe gradually shrunk, eventually turning into a silk cloth, with a thin layer of bronze armor covering his chest and back, sticking closely to Fang Yuan's skin. Oh, someone is deducing about me. After a while, Fang Yuan flew in the sky. His expression suddenly changed. Meng tribe was a superforce. They specially nurtured a wisdom path Goo Immortal. Now that Meng Tu was dead, Meng tribe was shaken. They would definitely find the culprit. Fang Yuan held his breath, carefully observing Yama Emperor's killer move. He saw that Yama Emperor's imperial robe gradually expanding along with the Meng tribe wisdom path Goo Immortal's deductions. Fang Yuan resisted the other party's deductions while simultaneously calculating the expenditure of his soul foundation. After deducing for a while, Meng tribe's wisdom path Goo Immortal stopped with no results. Fang Yuan, however, nodded in satisfaction. Yama Emperor's killer move can resist wisdom path deductions. Its power is even stronger. It is at rank 8 level. Even if the Celestial Court's Fairy Myrtle deductions, I can resist them. To sum it up, Yama Emperor's killer move's defense and offense had reached the peak of rank 7. Yama children were very difficult to deal with. Not only could they be used freely, they could also recover quickly. Even if there were losses, they could be easily replenished by the Soul Beast's modification. Even more amazing was Great Thief Ghost Hand. This method could steal rank 8 Immortal Goo. In this battle, with just one move, it had completely established victory, forcing a rank 7 expert like Meng Tu to self-detonate. Similar to Great Thief Ghost Hand, Emperor Yama Killer move's defense against wisdom path deductions was also at the same level. This was also what Fang Yuan needed the most. However, Yama Emperor's killer move still has room for improvement. I can design an immortal battlefield killer move with Yama Emperor as the center. This time, I used his method to seal the battlefield and isolate it from the outside world. If he had not shot himself in the foot, he would have been able to escape freely, and it would have been much more troublesome for me to kill him. Moreover, if I have an immortal battlefield, I would be able to detect Meng Tu's self-detonation in my territory. Chapter 1579. 2 Goo Immortals were flying in the sky. They had rough appearances and muscular bodies. They were Meng tribe's Goo Immortals, Meng Zizai, and Meng Zhao. Just as Fang Yuan had expected, when he first appeared, Meng Tu immediately spread the news of an enemy invasion. Later, Meng Tu activated his blade path Dao marks and placed the whole of Autumn Blade Plain in an environment similar to an immortal battlefield. Until his death, news of him could not be spread. With an enemy invading so openly, Meng tribe naturally would not take it lightly. They immediately mobilized a rank 7 Goo Immortal, Meng Zizai, and a young rank 6 Goo Immortal, Meng Zhao, to provide support. Uncle, who do you think is so blind as to want to provoke my Meng family? In my opinion, It might be those demonic path Gu immortals who have lost contact with the outside world after entering closed cultivation. Meng Zhao said to Meng Zizai with a smile as they flew. Meng Zizai's expression was stiff, but this was his normal state. His gaze also revealed a relaxed expression as he nodded. Your analysis is reasonable, but we need to make some preparations for the worst. In the current situation, Longevity Heaven has appeared and is ruling over all the Huangjin tribes of Northern Plains. Old Ancestor Shui, who has disappeared in defeat. Heavenly Lord Baizu has turned into a righteous path cultivator. The righteous path is extremely prosperous, but there is still someone who dares to risk universal condemnation and find trouble with our Huangjin tribes. He is either a lunatic or has something to rely on. That is why the tribes sent us to reinforce them, in case of any mishaps. Uncle is right, but Meng Zhao paused for a moment before laughing. That person is really unlucky. He actually bumped into Lord Meng Tu, who is guarding Autumn Blade Plain. Lord Meng Tu cultivates Blade Path and has quasi-great Grandmaster Blade Path attainment level. He is one of the top 3 rank 7 Supreme Elders in our tribe. He might not be a quasi-great Grandmaster. Meng Zizai sighed. Meng Zhao's eyes immediately brightened. Uncle, you mean? Meng Zizai smiled. This brother of mine is the person I admire the most in my life. No one in the tribe can match his talent in Blade Path. He has been cultivating in Autumn Blade Plain all these years with his talent. He might already be a great Grandmaster. Blade Path Great Grandmaster. As expected of Lord Meng Tu. Meng Zhao sighed. Ha ha ha, yes. Meng Zizai also smiled. He had been taken care of by Meng too many times in his cultivation, so he respected Meng Tu the most. Therefore, when Meng Tu informed them of the enemy attack, Meng Zizai took the initiative to come and support Meng Tuesday. In fact, deep in his heart, he was also very confident in Meng Tuesday. This time, the main reason why he was going was to catch up with Meng Tu and then introduce Meng Zhao to him. Meng Zhao was carefully chosen by Meng Zizai to be a Gu immortal junior nurtured by the tribe. In this Meng family, there are also various factions, each representing their own political interests. Meng Tu and Meng Zizai belong to the middle faction, while Meng Zhao was chosen by Meng Tu to add fresh blood to this faction. Meng Zhao also knew the importance of this trip, so he was very excited. Autumn Blade Plain isn't far. I'll be able to see my clan brother soon. Sai, I haven't seen him for many years. If he can become a Blade Dao Great Grandmaster, it will be of great benefit to our sect. Meng Zizai pondered, but right at this moment, his body suddenly shook, and then his expression changed drastically. His eyes opened wide and were filled with extreme shock. What's wrong, Uncle? Meng Zhao saw Meng Zizai's change in expression and was very puzzled. Ever since he came into contact with Meng Zizai, this was the first time he had seen this steady uncle in such a state. But soon, Meng Zhao saw Meng Zizai lose his composure even more. Unknowingly, Meng Zizai had slowed down his speed until he hovered in the air, motionless like a stone statue. His expression turned pale, and his eyes turned red. There were actually tears in them. Meng Zhao was even more shocked. Something big must have happened. But he did not dare to continue asking. He could only stay beside Meng Zizai, planning to accompany him in the cold wind in the air. Meng Zizai was dazed for a while, but suddenly his expression changed again, becoming sinister and terrifying. His red eyes were filled with blazing anger. Meng Zizai let out a loud roar that was like a thunderclap that shook 1,000 miles. And then he shot out explosively and charged forward like a sudden clap of thunder. Meng Zhao was caught unprepared by this sudden change, but after he reacted, he quickly chased after him. But how could his speed compare to the rank 7 Gu immortal Meng Zizai? Very soon, He was left far behind. Meng Zhao had many questions in his mind. What is going on? He had a strong, ominous feeling. Wait a minute! The place Uncle was heading towards was the direction of Autumn Blade Plain. Could it be that Lord Meng Tu has met with misfortune? Thinking of this, Meng Zhao shuddered and shuddered. If that was the case, then it would be a nightmare for him, and also a very bad news for the whole Meng tribe. If Meng Tu, who had peak rank 7 battle strength, died, it would be a huge loss to Meng tribe. Meng Zhao chased after him with all his strength, finally arriving at Autumn Blade Plain. What happened here? Meng Zhao was shocked. He had not even arrived at Autumn Blade Plain, but he could already feel the surging blade path down marks in the air. Autumn Blade Plain's terrain had been completely destroyed, replaced by millions of blade marks, crazily slashing on the ground, forming crisscrossing tunnels and long trenches. Meng Zhao soon found Meng Zizai. The latter was kneeling on the ground, silent like a statue. Meng Zhao carefully landed on the ground. This place was filled with dense blade path Dao marks, piercing his skin and making him feel pain. Meng Zhao came to Meng Zizai's side and was shocked to find that there were 2 trails of tears on the latter's face. He came to Autumn Blade Plain and only saw Meng Zizai, but not Meng Tu. The guess in his mind became many times clearer. Meng Zhao's expression involuntarily became somewhat frightened. Meng Zizai slowly raised his eyes, looking at Meng Zhao. His voice was deep and hoarse. Anyone who heard it would know that he was suppressing the intense pain and anger in his heart. Meng Zizai slowly said, "My brother Meng Tu died in battle." Meng Zhao's body shook. Even though he had already guessed it, when Meng Zizai confirmed it, he could not help but be extremely shocked. Meng Tu actually died in battle. Who was it that could kill him with such battle prowess? Meng Zhao opened his mouth. He struggled for a long time before saying, "Uncle, Lord Meng Tu has great battle strength. How can he die so easily? Maybe he is still alive. He just changed the battlefield." But Meng Zizai slowly shook his head. "When you and I were on the way, the clan sent me news that Meng Tu's soul lamp was extinguished, but I still had a trace of hope until I came here." Saying so, he choked with sobs. Tears flowed down from his red eyes again. Men do not easily shed tears, only when they are not deeply hurt. Meng Zizai stuttered. "I know he has a killer move called Leaving Blade to Take Life. It explodes his body, destroying his immortal aperture, immortal goo, and so on, erupting with unprecedented power. Once this move is used, he will definitely die. There is no chance of survival." That means... Meng Zhao quickly looked at the whole battlefield. This time, he was even more shocked. Meng Tu died in battle. Such a powerful goo immortal actually died. He was forced to self-detonate in such a short time. Who was the other party? All sorts of past events and memories surfaced in Meng Zizai's mind. Meng Tu died in battle. This was also something he had never expected. Meng Zizai cried for a while before slowly standing up. He became expressionless, saying to Meng Zhao, "Go back. Meng Tu died in battle. My Meng tribe will not let this matter rest." But this time, the enemy's strength has reached an unimaginable level. When Meng Tu was attacked, he immediately sent a message back, and we immediately set off without stopping. In such a short time, Meng Tu could not hold on, and was forced to self-detonate by the enemy. I know his nature. He probably wanted to use this move to drag the enemy down with him. But now, there are no traces of him. This means the enemy is dead. This is a strong enemy that Leaving Blade to Take Life could not kill. I will definitely pursue him, even if I have to use up my entire life. I will capture the true culprit. But this matter is already beyond your ability. Go back to the tribe and cultivate properly. Don't leak this information." Meng Zhao's heart was extremely heavy. He nodded. "I understand. Uncle, you must be careful." Meng Tu died in battle. Meng tribe lost a powerful general. It was not a light loss. At the same time, they also provoked a strong enemy with a mysterious origin and unknown motive. Meng tribe's higher-ups chose to seal off this information for the time being to maintain stability. As for Meng Zhao, his cultivation level was too low. He did not receive any message from the tribe informing him of this. Don't worry. This time, Second Supreme Elder will personally take action, along with the immortal Gu House investigation courtyard. Meng Zizai patted Meng Zhao's shoulder. Meng Zhao nodded, feeling at ease. He left without any hesitation. With the immortal Gu House investigation courtyard, he would not be afraid even if he encountered a rank 8 existence. Meng Zhao stayed on the spot. He did not have to wait for long before investigation courtyard appeared in the horizon. Not long after investigation courtyard stopped, Meng tribe's second supreme elder walked out of the courtyard and nodded at Meng Zizai with a heavy expression before impatiently inspecting the battlefield. But how could Fang Yuan have left any clues? After Meng tribe's second supreme elder inspected the battlefield, his expression became even more gloomy. Meng Zizai said, "This mysterious enemy is extremely clean. He is very experienced in dealing with traces. I have already investigated it." Meng tribe's second supreme elder nodded. "No worries, I brought investigation courtyard this time." Investigation courtyard was an information path immortal Gu House. It was most proficient in gathering information. Meng tribe's second supreme elder immediately activated a killer move. They really did find some clues. Chapter 1580. The clues end here. Meng tribe's immortal Gu House investigation courtyard floated in the air and did not move forward. Meng tribe's 2 Gu immortals looked at each other. Meng Zizai looked ahead and saw a lush valley in stark contrast to the surrounding grassland. According to the laws of nature, such a valley would not form. But Meng tribe's 2 Gu immortals were not surprised. Meng tribe's second supreme elder said in a low voice, "This is Sleeping Lady's divine Needle Valley." Meng Zizai frowned. "Don't tell me it's her?" Meng tribe's second supreme elder was silent. Sleeping Lady was a rank 7 lone cultivator who cultivated Sound Path. She did not have outstanding battle strength, but she controlled an immemorial, desolate beast, Divine Hedgehog. This Divine Hedgehog was a sword path, immemorial, desolate beast. It had one ability: it could shoot out spikes all over its body, making it impossible for people to dodge. It could slaughter gods and kill immortals. Sleeping Lady created Divine Needle Valley and lived in the middle of Meng tribe and Murong tribe, becoming an overlord of a region. Not only did she have brilliant methods to control immemorial desolate beasts, she also had outstanding political wisdom. She lived in the middle of 2 superforces, borrowing strength from both sides, making it so that neither side dared to deal with her. Because if she did so, Sleeping Lady might defect to the other superforce at any time. Meng tribe's 2 Gu immortals were silent. This matter was somewhat difficult. They had followed the clues, but did not obtain any concrete information about Fang Yuan. Sleeping Lady's own battle strength might not compare to Meng Tu, but if she sent the Divine Hedgehog, there was a possibility of killing Meng Tuesday. In this case, she was indeed suspicious. But this matter would be very troublesome to deal with. For a long time, Meng tribe and Murong tribe had been expressing goodwill towards Sleeping Lady. They had a good relationship with her, trying to win her over and prevent her from siding with the other side. Meng tribe and Murong tribe's relationship was clearly not good. Any superforce had the instinct to expand. Meng tribe and Murong tribe were so close. How could their relationship be good? If Sleeping Lady was the culprit, how could she have such courage alone? Because of this, it was very likely that she had already defected to the Murong family. And the Murong family was a superpower, a Huang Jin tribe of the Righteous Path. It was impossible for them to kill another Righteous Path superpower for no reason. Using Sleeping Lady as a weapon was also very reasonable. If Sleeping Lady was not the culprit, how would Meng tribe's two Gu immortals investigate her? If they were not careful, it was likely that Sleeping Lady would have other thoughts and fall to Murong family's side. Then, Meng family's loss would undoubtedly be even greater. The two Meng tribe Gu immortals thought for a long time before Meng tribe's second supreme elder finally spoke. "Let's go, we will visit Sleeping Lady and tell her about Meng Tu's death. Only like this, by being frank, can Sleeping Lady understand my Meng family's motive and determination." After all, the clues stopped at her Divine Needle Valley. Courtyard. Investigation Courtyard did not conceal their tracks. The arrival of Meng tribe's two Gu immortals had already alerted Sleeping Lady. Gu Ling tribe Gu clans, Immortal tribe Gu clans, Dragon tribes. Immediately after they explained the matter, Gu's Immortal Ling tribe's spirit. After Meng tribe's two Gu immortals arrived, they immediately explained the situation. Sleeping Lady understood the situation and immediately knew the severity of the situation. First, she quickly expressed her innocence and proved it to Meng tribe's Gu immortals. Secondly, she was also worried about the disappearance of the clue in Divine Needle Valley. This mysterious culprit was able to kill Meng too. His methods are definitely high, and his battle strength is terrifying. I would like to ask you to follow me and search the whole of Divine Needle Valley. Help me with this. Sleeping Lady took the initiative to request. Meng tribe's two immortals were overjoyed. This was what they wanted. They immediately nodded and agreed. The three immortals moved together and searched Divine Needle Valley very carefully. Sleeping Lady was also afraid. She had some understanding of investigation Gu Ling's power. Since the clue disappeared in Divine Needle Valley, it was very likely that the culprit was hiding in her own valley. Since this mysterious culprit could attack Meng too, and even viciously kill him, why couldn't he deal with her? The three immortals searched for a while, but did not find anything. Meng tribe's two immortals glanced at each other. Meng tribe's second supreme elder purposely said, "Divine Needle Valley has almost been searched. Is the culprit really not here?" Meng Zizai pretended to be unintentional, as he said, "Isn't there still one place that hasn't been searched?" Sleeping Lady knew that the two of them were acting, but she wasn't the culprit and sincerely wanted to search carefully, so she nodded and said, "This Divine Needle Valley was specially designed for the Divine Hedgehog. Now only the depths of the valley haven't been searched. Please follow me." Meng tribe's Gu immortals followed Sleeping Lady to the bottom of the valley. In the dark bottom of the valley, there was a huge hedgehog that was as white as snow resting. It was lying on the ground, curled up into a ball, appearing to be in deep sleep. It breathed for a long time. The spikes all over its body were extremely sharp and filled with sword path down marks. The Divine Hedgehog was as large as a hill. Meng tribe's two Gu immortals slowly flew towards it like ants facing a wheel. What a divine, immemorial, desolate beast. Meng tribe's second supreme elder softly praised. Sleeping Lady's expression softened. This was the most important asset that allowed her to contend with two super forces. Meng tribe's second supreme elder carefully observed for a while before saying, "It seems that the quality of the front-back divine sniping needles this time is very high quality. Sleeping Lady, when are you going to pick them?" The spikes on the Divine Hedgehog's body were rank 8 immortal materials that could be plucked out. Each spike was a front-back divine sniping needle. Every time the Divine Hedgehog encountered danger, it would shoot out the spikes on its body to kill the enemy. Naturally, these spikes that were shot out would not return. When the Divine Hedgehog slept, its body would regrow its spikes. Sleeping Lady's method was unique. She could make the Divine Hedgehog sleep at all times. After feeding it, Sleeping Lady would have a new source of income. That was to sell front-back divine sniping needles. Most of the front-back divine sniping needles that she produced were distributed to Meng tribe and Murong tribe. The remaining small portion was sold at Jewel Yellow Skies. Sleeping Lady thus had ample funds. Northern Plains was a place with poor natural resources, but Sleeping Lady relied on this divine hedgehog to live a much better life than most Northern Plains goo immortals. Let's pick them soon. There will be 436 this time. Sleeping Lady said solemnly. The divine hedgehog had over 1,000 spikes on its body, but Sleeping Lady wanted to keep those short spikes to continue growing. What she harvested were the spikes that had grown to the longest. At the same time, she could not sell all the spikes, because without the protection of these spikes, the divine hedgehog's battle strength would fall sharply. Let's begin. Meng Zai suggested, "Please do as you wish. I will make the divine hedgehog continue to sleep." Sleeping Lady said. Meng Tribe's 2 goo immortals wanted to search for clues. They activated Investigation Courtyard and caused a huge commotion. But Sleeping Lady's Sound Path Killer move kept the divine hedgehog asleep. If the divine hedgehog was startled awake from its sleep, it would definitely be furious and vent its anger on others, attacking randomly. Sleeping Lady had not completely subdued this beast and controlled it. After all, she was not an enslavement path goo immortal. I found a new clue. After searching for a long time, Meng Zai suddenly spoke with an excited expression. Sleeping Lady was horrified. This person actually infiltrated to the bottom of the valley. I couldn't sense him at all. Following the traces, the 3 immortals continued to search. They found that the traces went all the way down into the ground. The 3 immortals followed the clues and unknowingly went deep underground. The clues also became more and more numerous. Not long after, the traces changed directions and meandered upwards. The 3 immortals followed the traces and carefully moved forward for a while before coming to the surface. This is already Morong Tribe's territory. It is hundreds of li away from Divine Needle Valley. Meng Tribe's 2nd Supreme Elder frowned. The clues completely disappeared here. Meng Zai's gaze flickered. Sleeping Lady was silent. She would not express her opinion at this crucial moment, no matter what. The 3 immortals searched for a long time, but did not find any clues. Sleeping Lady suggested that they go to her valley to rest. Meng Tribe's 2 immortals had no clues. They thought about it and agreed. But when they returned to the valley, the 3 immortals made a shocking discovery. The divine hedgehog, which had been a divine steed, was still sleeping soundly, but it was completely naked. All the front-back divine obstruction needles had disappeared. What's going on? My divine obstruction needles. I spent 100 years guarding Divine Needle Valley without leaving, consuming a large amount of food to feed the divine hedgehog, and even repeatedly using killer moves to coax it to sleep. I was able to nurture it to such a scale. Sleeping Lady turned pale with fright. She cried out involuntarily in pain. Meng Tribe's 2 immortals looked at each other, cold sweat dripping down their foreheads, because they suddenly realized that they had been used by someone. Chapter 1581. I need Meng Tribe to give me an explanation now. Otherwise, even though I am a lone cultivator, I will not let this matter rest. Sleeping Lady turned her head and stared at the 2 Meng Tribe immortals. Her loss this time was really too heavy. Thus, she was extremely furious. Even though the other party was Meng Tribe, she still went up against them. Unlike Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan lost the Guts Goo trade, but he still had the Dragonfish trade, Spirit Snake trade, Regretful Spider trade, Eerie Fire Dragon Python trade, and so on. After Sleeping Lady lost this front-back divine obstruction needle, she lost her economic pillar. Even though the divine hedgehog was still around to nurture the front-back divine obstruction needle again, not only would it take time, it would also require a huge investment of funds. Sleeping Lady did not have a long-term vision. Every time she harvested the front-back divine obstruction needle, she would not kill the goose that laid the golden eggs. She would leave most of them to grow. But the person who stole the front-back divine obstruction needle was truly too vile. He did not even leave a single hair for Sleeping Lady. Sleeping Lady's losses this time were huge. Not only were the hairs that had grown to their limits close to harvest, but also her future prospects. It is a pity that I do not have the methods to move this immemorial, desolate beast, divine hedgehog, into my immortal aperture. Outside, it is truly not safe. Sleeping Lady's hands were shaking. She even had the thought of dying. But actually, even if she moved it inside, it would be very troublesome. Firstly, she could not completely control the divine hedgehog. If this immemorial desolate beast caused trouble in her immortal aperture, she would suffer disastrous losses. Secondly, if Sleeping Lady underwent tribulation, Providence's perception might aggravate her tribulation and target the divine hedgehog even more. Finally, the divine hedgehog was Sleeping Lady's trump card in dealing with Meng tribe and Murong tribe. If it was placed in her immortal aperture, she might not be able to let it out in time to fight in battle. Sleeping Lady, calm down, please calm down. Meng tribe's second supreme elder quickly persuaded. Calm down. How do you want me to calm down? You said there was a murder case. Meng too died in battle. All right, I trusted your Meng tribe. I let you in without investigating and warmly welcomed you. You said there were traces, but I could not find them. It was all because of Investigation Courtyard. Later, there were indeed traces, but were they really left behind by the culprit? Does Investigation Courtyard not have the ability to do anything? As she spoke, cold sweat dripped down Sleeping Lady's forehead. She calmed down and looked at the two Meng tribe immortals with a vigilant expression. A large number of goo worm auras spread out from her body. Sleeping Lady stared at the two Meng immortals and slowly retreated. The two Meng family immortals smiled bitterly, but at the same time they understood Sleeping Lady's thoughts very well. Now, the divine hedgehog had lost all of its spikes, and its combat power had fallen to rock bottom. This was equivalent to Sleeping Lady's combat power being reduced to its limit. Most of the trump cards she had been using to deal with the superpowers had been destroyed. So how could Sleeping Lady not be vigilant? Meng Clan's second supreme elder bitterly sighed. Sleeping Lady, if this was really our clan's scheme to scheme against you and secretly steal the divine hedgehog's quills, why would we bother to come back here with you? We should have tricked you into a trap with the excuse of tracking the murderer, for example, in the immortal Dao battlefield. What do you think? Sleeping Lady became silent. She raised her eyes and said, That is probably because your Meng family is of the righteous path and has to follow the rules, so it is not good for you to directly attack me. On the other hand, I have already made an alliance with your Meng family, so you schemed this matter to first reduce my combat power and then use clever words to trick me. The two Meng family immortals could not help but look at each other when they heard this. Sleeping Lady's words were not without reason. The two Meng family immortals were quick-witted, but they did not know what to say. Humph, Sleeping Lady continued. You think I don't know what your righteous path is playing? This matter started because of you. If your Meng family does not give me an explanation, then fine, I will expose this matter and let the world judge. Wait, the expressions of the two Meng family immortals changed drastically. Meng Clan's second supreme elder hurriedly shouted, but it was already too late. Sleeping Lady directly exposed this matter in the jewel yellow skies, and then hurriedly informed Murong clan of this matter through her connections. In an instant, the scandal that Meng family had painstakingly covered up, Meng Tu's death, the failure in chasing after the murderer, and even implicating Sleeping Lady in losing the front-back god blocking needle, was completely exposed. You, Meng Zizai pointed at Sleeping Lady. His eyes were practically spewing fire. He was extremely furious. Meng Clan's second supreme elder also had an ashen expression as he narrowed his eyes at Sleeping Lady, even having murderous intent. Sleeping Lady's expression was cold, but she was smiling bitterly in her heart. Of course, she knew that her actions will greatly damage her relationship with the Meng family. But there was no other way. She had to do this. Any alliance agreement had the possibility of being broken unilaterally. Today's matter was too important. Sleeping Lady had to protect herself. Her battle strength had fallen to rock bottom. How could she protect herself? Even if Meng too died, as a superforce, Meng family was still not something a rank 7 lone immortal like Sleeping Lady could resist. In Sleeping Lady's opinion, the best way was undoubtedly to borrow the strength of other Gu immortals, to make Meng family's competitor, Murong clan, pay attention to this matter and support Sleeping Lady to a certain extent. Even if Meng family had ill intentions, they had to stop. After all, they were a righteous path force. Sleeping Lady, at this point, there is no point in saying any more. But I can tell you clearly that you don't need to worry. We might have been used by that person. Meng tribe's second supreme elder said in a low voice. The current situation was actually very clear. Even if Meng tribe's 2 immortals did not cultivate wisdom path, they could deduce. The culprit was extremely vicious. Not only did he mysteriously kill Meng too, he even deliberately left behind clues to lure Meng tribe's pursuers into Divine Needle Valley, and then used Meng tribe to lure Sleeping Lady away. Afterwards, he made his move and actually pulled out all of the Divine Hedgehog's spines. Our Meng tribe will give you an explanation. Before leaving, Meng tribe's second supreme elder left behind these words. Once Meng tribe's 2 immortals left, Sleeping Lady immediately started to set up a Gu formation around the immemorial desolate beast, Divine Hedgehog. Meng tribe lost their clues and could only return. Even if they obtained the clues now, they would be suspicious. Was this another scheme of the other party? While Investigation Courtyard was flying, Meng Zizai suddenly spoke with an ominous glint in his eyes. This culprit is so crafty. Now that the matter has been exposed and the whole world knows about it, we might as well make Sleeping Lady the culprit. Regardless of whether Sleeping Lady was the culprit or not, if Meng tribe killed her and claimed that she was the culprit, they would be able to restore their tribe's prestige and resolve this crisis. They might even be able to obtain the immemorial desolate beast, Divine Hedgehog, Meng tribe's second supreme elder side. I have also thought of this. But firstly, Investigation Courtyard might not be able to deal with Sleeping Lady and the Divine Hedgehog in a short time. This place is also close to Morong tribe. I have no confidence. Secondly, we have an alliance agreement with her. If we rashly make a move, we will suffer a severe backlash. Thirdly, the current situation in Northern Plains is not the same as before. Right now, Longevity Heaven had appeared. Yao Huang had taken over as South Desolation Immortal, and Longevity Heaven was leading all the Huang Jin tribes. During this period of time, they had been working hard to integrate the forces of Northern Plains' Gu Immortal world. The Righteous Path forces were basically all Huang Jin tribes. There was almost no need to integrate them. The first step of Longevity Heaven's plan was to integrate the Lone Cultivator forces with the Righteous Path forces. It was just that Celestial Court had used a scheme to disguise as Fang Yuan and destroy this plan once, so there were some obstructions. However, Longevity Heaven did not give up and had been working hard in this area. Thus, as a Huang Jin tribe, if Meng tribe rashly dealt with the lone immortal Sleeping Lady, if they did not handle it well, Longevity Heaven might investigate and reprimand them. This was what Meng tribe's second supreme elder was most worried about. Meng tribe returned, while Fang Yuan was also on the way. Inside his sovereign immortal aperture, there was a pile of front-back divine obstruction needles. Indeed, it was his plan. He was also the one who did it. Fang Yuan knew a lot about Meng tribe's information. He also had wisdom path attainment. The trap he designed was simple but effective. Adding on his strong luck, Sleeping Lady was really lured away. Fang Yuan succeeded in his first attempt. Ordinary Gu immortals might not be able to get close to the divine hedgehog. After all, their auras were not right. But Fang Yuan had familiar face. He perfectly disguised himself as Sleeping Lady. Even when the divine hedgehog slowly opened its eyes, he did not panic. The divine hedgehog slowly fell asleep again. Fang Yuan plucked all of its spines. After succeeding, Fang Yuan did not do anything to the sleeping divine hedgehog. He directly left. In the 500 years of his previous life, Sleeping Lady was also one of the experts who resisted the celestial court. As for the divine hedgehog, why did he steal it? This was of little value to Fang Yuan. He might as well keep it with Sleeping Lady, and when Sleeping Lady nurtures a new batch of spines, Fang Yuan could steal it again. Fang Yuan did not feel any psychological burden when slaughtering others, not to mention stealing. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable is truly amazing. He actually created Theft Path. After tasting the sweetness, Fang Yuan reflected on it and sighed inwardly. In the battle between Fang Yuan and Meng Tu, it was Great Thief Ghost Hand that determined the outcome. If things went according to plan, Fang Yuan would not have been able to take Meng Tu's head so easily. Before Theft Path appeared, Gu immortals fought with their lives on the line, but they might not be able to obtain much loot. But with Theft Path, there is no need to fight to the death to obtain resources. The cost is lowered, and the efficiency is raised. This is simply amazing. It is a pity that now is not the best time for me to go around stealing. Firstly, Theft Path Immortal Gu are rare. I only have rank 7 Great Thief Gu. Secondly, I already exposed my identity as the Grand Thief Ghost Hand in the Western Desert. If I go around committing crimes, people will probably connect the dots and figure out my true identity. Myriad Self-Immortal Gu's recipe is still lacking a crucial immortal material. After this, I will stop and return to Lang, Ya Blessed Land, to refine Myriad Self-Immortal Gu. Even though Fang Yuan had some theft path methods, he could not go overboard at the moment, because soul cultivation was the most important matter at hand. Once his soul foundation rose, Yama Emperor would be able to use it more efficiently, and Fang Yuan's battle strength and plans would have a guarantee. But soul cultivation required Guts Gu and soul cores, which meant he needed supplies from Green Ghost Desert. Swanbu Jin's identity also had to be kept a secret. This was a chain of needs. Oh, right, I can't let this matter be exposed easily. Fang Yuan chuckled and immediately spread a rumor in Jewel Yellow Skies, saying that Sleeping Lady had embezzled and schemed against Meng tribe, but she had actually obtained the front-back divine obstruction needles to prepare for tribulation and advance to a higher cultivation level. With the truth being mixed up like this, it was even easier for Fang Yuan to conceal himself. As for Sleeping Lady, after she learned of this rumor, she immediately coughed out a mouthful of blood from anger. Chapter 1582. Jewel Yellow Skies. A large lump of transparent fire was quietly burning, emitting a thick and grand treasure light. Once the fire appeared on the market, it attracted the attention of many Gu immortals. A large number of wills and some divine senses were attracted. Black Heaven Temple's Gu immortal Zhang Ji smiled lightly. He was the owner of this transparent fire. To think that I would obtain such a rare batch of rank 7 immortal materials in this exploration. After selling them, I can replenish my immortal essence reserves. He thought as he responded to others' inquiries. The price he offered was just a little bit higher than usual. So many people wanted to buy it. I want all of these goods. One of the divine senses contacted Zhang Ji and stated a high price straightforwardly. Zhang Ji was moved. He could not believe it. You want all of these? This price. Let's trade. The other party was very straightforward, directly sending a large number of immortal Yuan stones. Okay. Seeing this huge amount of immortal Yuan stones, Zhang Ji's eyes shined. He immediately agreed. The transaction was quickly completed. The Gu immortals who were paying attention were caught unprepared. Don't be anxious, I still have more goods. Zhang Ji's divine sense fluctuated. He quickly took out a lump of transparent fire and placed it into jewel yellow skies. It was just that this ball of transparent flame was much smaller than the one he had sold. Because of the first transaction, other Gu immortals were interested in buying it. After all, this transparent fire was rare in the market. Normally, they could only buy it continuously, and each purchase would be in fist-sized or basin-sized lumps. But now, the transparent fire was as big as a carriage. After this, there would be no more opportunities like this. But this time, I will raise the price. Zhang Ji's smile became wider. He did not know much about the transparent fire. This was the first time he was selling it. He did not know the market price. The enthusiasm of the other Gu immortals was beyond his expectations. He raised the price higher and higher, but the surrounding Gu immortals rarely backed out of the competition. Their bids also became higher. Oh no, I seem to have sold it wrongly. When Zhang Ji saw this scene, he felt some regret in his heart. At the same time, he admired the buyer's decisiveness. Zhang Ji was not stupid. He divided all the transparent flames into 3 parts. The first set was to test the waters, and the one being sold now was only the second set. The more transactions he made, the more accurate his grasp of the market situation became. Floating life fire. Fang Yuan looked at this transparent fire in the sovereign immortal aperture with a joyful mood. He was the one who made the first move and bought Zhang Ji's goods. This kind of floating life flame was transparent, and it burned silently without any heat. However, when it burned a life to death, the past of that life would turn into an image and continuously reappear in the floating life fire. At that time, the floating life fire would emit a multicolored luster and would no longer be transparent. The storage of the floating life flame required a special method. Zhang Ji, on the other hand, had obtained a large amount of floating life fire by chance and did not have the means to do so. After Fang Yuan succeeded, he immediately used his methods to preserve the floating life flame. This method was not the content of Spectral Soul's true inheritance, but Langya's inheritance that Fang Yuan exchanged with Spectral Soul's true inheritance. I originally wanted to travel a long distance and find trouble with others to obtain this floating life flame. To think that someone would suddenly sell it in jewel yellow skies, and in large quantities. My luck is really good this time. Fang Yuan smiled. There were definitely many Gu immortals who wanted to buy the floating life flame. But Gu immortal wills could not make decisions. They could only act according to the orders left behind by the Gu immortal. And to take out so many immortal Yuan stones at once was not something ordinary Gu immortals could do. Even if they had funds, these spectating Gu immortals would want to haggle. After all, they did not need a lot. With all these factors, Fang Yuan took advantage of the situation and immediately acted, gaining the initiative. As for the risk, even though this Zhang Ji was a Gu immortal of Black Heaven Temple and a member of Celestial Court, he did not know that the buyer was Fang Yuan, and Fang Yuan also did not know his identity. The transactions of Jewel Yellow Skies had always been very safe. If Celestial Court could use this to scheme against Fang Yuan and even infiltrate Jewel Yellow Skies to such an extent, then Fang Yuan might as well just surrender. All in all, this possibility was very small. Drinking blade wine, edge goo, front-back divine obstruction needle, and floating life flame, these 4 immortal materials were basically all gathered. He still needed to buy some edge goo, but Jewel Yellow Skies could satisfy them. If he could not, Western Desert's Shao clan was also a channel. There was no meaning in staying outside. Fang Yuan set off and rushed back to Langya Blessed Land. Using the teleportation immortal formation, Fang Yuan returned to Langya Blessed Land. The process was very smooth, there were no dangers. Fang Yuan returned much earlier than planned. This made Land Spirit of Langya very happy. Since you are back, I will start refining. Land Spirit of Langya was very proactive. The pressure that Celestial Court placed on him was too great. This time, I need to thank First Supreme Elder and the Gu Immortals of the other three races for lending me so many immortal Yuan stones. Fang Yuan expressed his gratitude. Without their help, how could Fang Yuan have such a huge amount of funds? No need to be polite. We are all on the same side. If you become stronger, Langya Blessed Land will be safer. If Langya Blessed Land is in danger, they will not be able to escape due to the alliance agreement. Land Spirit of Langya's reply was very frank. Indeed, the current reality was that Langya sect, the Snowmen, Rockmen, and Inkman City were all in the same boat. If anyone got into trouble, the others would not be able to escape. Fang Yuan handed these 4 immortal materials to Langya sect to process. The processing of these immortal materials would take at least half a month. The process was very complicated, and this was the result of all the hairy man Gu immortals of Langya's sect working together. From this, one could see the excellence of Myriad Self-Immortal Gu's recipe. Fang Yuan had become a refinement path quasi-supreme grandmaster. The Myriad Self-Immortal Gu recipe he designed was very outstanding. It could be said to be the limit of the world. It had almost reached a stage where it could not be improved. The crucial steps of the Gu refinement were reduced to the limit. There were only 3 steps. The other steps had over 10,000 steps. Most of them were processing the immortal materials. Fang Yuan processed the immortal materials to their optimal state. He spent most of his effort on this. Even if the consumption of immortal materials increased greatly, he did not care, because these steps could be controlled by Gu immortals. And the crucial steps of the Gu refinement could only be controlled by the collision and conflict of Tao marks. They were not controlled by the Gu immortals. Through this method, combined with Langya sect's Gu refinement ability, Fang Yuan's Myriad Self-Immortal Gu recipe had a success rate of 50%. That was to say, Fang Yuan had a 50% chance of success, the other 50% chance of failure. A 50% success rate was too terrifying. For the vast majority of Gu immortals, if they had a 1% success rate in Gu refinement, they would be happy. However, this was mainly because he was a refinement path quasi-supreme grandmaster. How many refinement path quasi-supreme grandmasters were there in the world? Throughout history, people like Fang Yuan could be counted on one's fingers. There were only 3 people who surpassed his attainment level. And in the world, there were very few Gu immortals who cultivated multiple paths. How many of them cultivated refinement path? Looking at it from another angle, most Gu immortals were like amateurs when it came to refining immortal Gu. If the success rate of Gu refinement could be raised, that would be absurd. In fact, even Fang Yuan did not dare to believe the 50% success rate when he deduced it. However, he immediately thought of Longhair Ancestor. Longhair Ancestor had refined many immortal Gu in his life. There was no lack of rank 7 and even rank 8 immortal Gu. He was a refinement path supreme grandmaster. If he did not have such a success rate, would Giant Sun, Immortal, and Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable ask him for help? Also, I borrowed Langya's sex strength to refine this Gu. In the current world, in terms of Gu refinement attainment, Langya sect is without a doubt the number 1 sect. Besides this, the third reason is my strong luck. First was his refinement path, quasi-supreme grandmaster attainment level. Second was the help of the number 1 Gu refinement force in the world. And third was his strong luck after inheriting Giant Sun's true inheritance. These 3 reasons contributed to the 50% success rate of Myriad Self-Immortal Gu's refinement. There is finally such a day. I am free from the curse of refining immortal Gu. Fang Yuan was deeply moved. He had the urge to cry. He knew that the main reason was that he had achieved refinement path, quasi-supreme grandmaster attainment level. The other two reasons were also helpful, but they were more or less present when he refined Gu. The 50% success rate was mainly brought about by his refinement path, quasi-supreme, grandmaster attainment level. This is only the immortal Gu recipe that I deduced and modified. In the future, if I make up for my foundation in Gu refinement and personally lead the refinement, the success rate will increase by a lot. Chapter 1583. Langya blessed land, cloud cover continent. Land spirit of Langya breathed in deeply, before chanting, "Formation, activate!" like countless bees dancing wildly. There was a loud buzzing sound as the refinement path superformation was activated. Soon, a large area of white gold light spread out, filling this area. "Enter the formation." Land spirit of Langya ordered again. At the same time, he entered the immortal formation. Next, sixth hair, third hair, fourth hair, seventh hair, and other hairy man Gu immortals also entered the formation. Feng Yuan stood at the periphery of the immortal formation as a spectator. This Gu refinement was not done by him. It was handed over to Langya's sex land spirit and hairy man Gu immortals. Even though Feng Yuan had quasi-supreme refinement path attainment level, his refinement path foundation and actual control could not compare to Langya's sex Gu immortals. If it were during normal times, I might be able to participate in the Gu refinement. But this time, land spirit of Langya did not hesitate to use the refinement path immortal formation that long hair ancestor had personally set up back then. This immortal formation cannot be used by hairy man Gu immortals. I am a human Gu immortal. If I enter, I will be refined and killed by the immortal formation. Langya blessed land had a deep foundation. This time, it even used the long hair refinement path formation. Of course, with Feng Yuan's methods, he could use his transformation path attainment to turn into a hairy man Gu immortal. But Langya's sect probably wanted to keep this a secret and did not want to reveal it to Feng Yuan. Earlier, I used Spectral Soul's true inheritance to exchange for Langya true inheritance with land spirit of Langya. However, it was clear that this long hair refinement path formation was the core of Langya's true inheritance and would not be traded. Just like Spectral Soul's true inheritances lead soul into dream and other killer moves, I also value them highly. Feng Yuan observed from the side, his eyes shining with uncertainty. Even though the Langya sect excluded Feng Yuan was actually very satisfied with this. Facing the immense pressure from the Celestial Court, Langya's sect was anxious. They did not hesitate to activate the long hair refinement path formation to refine myriad self-immortal Gu for Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan had joined the Langya sect, so he could be considered as one of them. Increasing Feng Yuan's combat power now would greatly benefit them in moving Langya blessed land. The long hair refinement path grand array was slowly activated. The radiance kept changing. First, it was white gold, then it turned orange gold, and finally black gold. Specks of starlight began to flicker amidst the inky gold radiance, dazzling and resplendent. The buzzing sound of the immortal array gradually became softer. After a few breaths, it became extremely quiet without a single sound. Several hairy man Gu immortals and land spirit of Langya who entered the formation stood still, forming a large circle. Land spirit of Langya was the first to make a move, activating the immortal formation and opening the door, letting out a lump of processed immortal material. This immortal material was like a sunflower that had been hit by frost. The moment it appeared in the center of the immortal formation, it turned into smoke and fused into the inky gold radiance. Feng Yuan's gaze was solemn. This was the first crucial step. The smoke had to fuse perfectly with the inky gold radiance before the next step could be carried out. Feng Yuan did not feel too much pressure. If this step failed, he would not suffer a huge loss. He could start again. However, an hour later, the immortal material turned into smoke. It fused perfectly with the inky gold radiance. In the immortal formation, the inky gold radiance condensed and condensed. From the size of half the sky earlier, it condensed to the size of a house. It was restrained at the center of the long hair refinement path formation. When the inky gold radiance turned into ice stars, the land spirit of Langya activated the immortal formation and started the second step. Time continued to pass. Immortal materials were thrown into the immortal formation by Langya's sex, hairy man goo immortals. In an orderly manner, they fused into one. 3 days and 3 nights later, Third Hair opened his palm and started to throw goo worms into the immortal formation. He first threw in the self-reliance goo. This goo worm was only rank 3. It was shaped like a cockroach. It was flat and dark brown in color. It had long antennae and a pair of wings. Self-reliance goo was a strength path goo worm. It had healing properties. The stronger the goo master, the better the healing effect. This was a rare goo worm. Mortal goo masters could not even find one. But now, Third Hair threw in several hundred. The amount of self-reliance goo was strictly regulated because it involved the amount of Tao marks. When refining immortal goo, one had to be careful in this aspect. After all the self-reliance goo were thrown in, Land Spirit of Langya gave a loud shout, activating the long hair refinement path formation. At once, pillars of fire rose in the formation. Hundreds and thousands of pillars of fire were tens of meters tall. They burned brightly in the inky gold radiance. Intense air currents spread in all directions, but they were perfectly blocked by the refinement path formation. The hairy man goo immortals standing at the edge of the immortal formation could not feel the temperature rising at all. The long hair refinement path immortal formation was very outstanding. The orange-red pillar of fire burned for 48 hours before it slowly came to a stop. The inky gold radiance was completely burned. Even the self-reliance goo had turned into a strange stone the size of a horse carriage. After waiting for a while, Fang Yuan let out a sigh of relief when he saw that the stone had solidified. The second crucial step of myriad self-immortal goo refinement had been passed. Next, Land Spirit of Langya, and the rest started to rest and recover. Fourth Hair and Sixth Hair did not stop. They continued to activate the immortal formation and carve this stone. After 3 minutes, the stone was completely ground down. It turned into a pile of rock fragments that scattered on the ground. Third Hair stopped to rest. He took out drinking blade wine and started watering these rock fragments. This drinking blade wine was obtained by Fang Yuan from killing Meng Tu not long ago. Now that Xiao Qin used it, he immediately melted all the rubble into clumps of gray smoke. These smoke floated in the air. They did not fuse together. They condensed into balls of smoke that floated in the air like small lanterns. Fourth Hair and Sixth Hair started to rest, while Third Hair took out all-out effort goo. These goo worms were like horn immortals. They were all mortal goo. They were the size of an adult's palm. They were heavy. They were oval in shape. They had an armored shell on their back. Their spines were arched. There was a strong horn on their head. It looked heavy and mighty. It had several pairs of long legs. They were strong and had a dark brown body. It gave off a shiny metallic luster. One look, and one could tell that this goo was not an ordinary one. Fang Yuan had not refined all-out effort goo's immortal goo yet. These were all mortal goo. They ranged from rank 1 to rank 5. They were of all ranks. The goo worms charged into the smoke, but they did not fuse. At this time, Land Spirit of Langya started to sell. He opened the door and took out the processed, immortal material floating life fire. In this transparent fire, large numbers of all-out effort goo and the gray smoke started to fuse. This step took a long time. Half a month later, the fusion was completed, be it the floating life fire all-out effort goo or the gray smoke. They were all gone replaced by a drizzle. This drizzle was restricted by the refinement path immortal formation. It was trapped at the center of the formation. It continued to fall. At this step, the third crucial step was completed. Time was pressing. The drizzle was not stable. It was decreasing rapidly. All of the hairy man goo immortals and land spirit of Langya took action. Each of them had different methods. They were in charge of different goo refinement tasks. Front-back divine obstruction needles and other immortal materials were thrown in one after another. Other than that, there were large numbers of mortal goo. The myriad self-immortal goo recipe that Fang Yuan deduced this time did not expend any immortal goo. He used large numbers of immortal materials and mortal goo as substitutes. This way, there would be no loss of immortal goo, but the consumption of immortal materials and mortal goo would increase by dozens of times. The amount of goo refinement work would also increase rapidly. This was also one of the reasons why Langya's sect did not hesitate to activate the long hair refinement path formation. With the passage of time, the crucial steps were passed without any surprises or danger. Langya blessed land's time lasted for over 2 months. The refinement of myriad self-immortal goo was finally at the final hurdle. Fang Yuan naturally had time path methods, but he could not condense time. Time path's reduction of time was essentially imprinting time path Tao marks and influencing it. And during the goo refinement process, the addition of time path Tao marks would greatly affect the result of the refinement. Condensing time to 2 months was already the limit of Fang Yuan's current abilities. He had already used time path methods. He even used the added time path Tao marks as goo refinement materials, perfectly cleaning them up. The immortal formation rumbled intensely. Colorful lights filled the sky. Land spirit of Langya let out a long sigh of relief. The other hairy man goo immortals had tired expressions, but they also showed joy. The final step was a success. The colorful lights converged and condensed into a rank 7 immortal goo. This goo worm was long and slender. It was dozens of feet long. It looked like a centipede. It looked like it was made of red copper. Its body was shining with a metallic luster. Its mouth was ferocious. There was a pair of long whiskers on its forehead. There were 5,000 legs on the left and 5,000 legs on the right. There were 10,000 legs in total. Rank 7, immortal goo myriad self. To think that the first goo refinement succeeded. Ha! We finally succeeded. The hairy man goo immortals cheered. Their faces were filled with joy. Myriad self-immortal goo was restrained at the center of the refinement path formation. Because Fang Yuan was not in charge of the refinement, it was ownerless. But soon, Fang Yuan easily refined it with the help of the refinement path immortal formation. A rank 7 immortal goo was refined in one go. Ha! Fang Yuan was also filled with joy. He would not have dared to imagine such a thing in the past. A success rate of 50% was simply too high. Fang Yuan tried to inject immortal goo. After myriad self-immortal goo obtained immortal essence. Its body shined with light. Countless strength path phantoms of Fang Yuan shot out from the light. It was like the previous myriad self-killer move. The power is only slightly weaker. After all, myriad self-killer move needs too many goo worms. Fang Yuan sensed the changes. The immortal essence expenditure is greatly reduced. It is also very convenient to use. I only need a thought. And the previous killer move, no matter how familiar I was with it, needed time to activate it. It also expended a lot of mental energy. Or, the power of Giant Hand is limited by my strength path Tao marks. It can be increased continuously. Right now, Myriad Self Giant Hand only has rank 7 battle strength. It is not at its peak. That is because my sovereign immortal body's strength path Tao marks are not enough to withstand greater power. As for Myriad Self Giant Hand, Fang Yuan had only modified it initially. He replaced the core immortal goo. There was still a lot of potential to be unearthed in the future. In the past, the killer move's content was too heavy and complicated. Activating it required a lot of thoughts and time. If he added in goo worms, its practicality would fall. But now, Myriad Self-Killer Move was condensed into one goo worm. The steps were extremely simple. He could add in more mortal goo and immortal goo to form an even stronger and more powerful giant hand. Fang Yuan's test this time was not just on Strength Path Giant Hand. He also targeted the super immortal formation that defended Langya's sect. This immortal formation had made a huge contribution during Feng Joga's invasion. It allowed many variant human goo immortals to protect themselves and helped Langya's sect get through the crisis. Feng Joga used Separation Song on the immortal formation many times, but Fang Yuan had already predicted his methods. The immortal formation had many layers. Feng Joga dismantled one layer after another. He almost coughed out blood. This time, Fang Yuan returned and not only modified Myriad Self-Giant Hand, he also modified this immortal formation, allowing its power to cover every corner of Langya's sect. Earlier, when the Strength Path Giant Hand landed on Cloud Cover Continent, it was because of this super immortal formation that the destructive power was greatly reduced. After testing the Strength Path Giant Hand, the next step was the main point. Immortal Killer Move, Reverse Flow Protection Seal. This killer move determined the upper limit of Fang Yuan's battle strength. It was also the only thing Fang Yuan could rely on to resist rank 8s. Right now, the core of the killer move was the secluded domain of Heaven and Earth Reverse Flow River, Myriad Self-Immortal Goo, Perseverance Immortal Goo, Pulling Water Immortal Goo, and 100 Supplementary Mortal Goo. Even though it was much more complex than Myriad Self-Giant Hand compared to the previous Reverse Flow Protection Seal, it was much simpler. After the killer move was simplified, the success rate of activating it increased greatly. It became much more practical. Earlier, during the battle with Green Ghost, I was ambushed and could not activate Reverse Flow Protection Seal in time. But now, I can activate it at any time. The preparation time is greatly reduced. I can easily deal with normal sneak attacks. But I cannot use Reverse Flow Protection Seal as a disguise now. Earlier, I deceived the Celestial Court and set up a trap to harm Thunder Ghost True Monarch. I can only do it once. Fang Yuan felt it was a pity. Even though Reverse Flow Protection Seal had Myriad Self-Immortal Goo and was much more practical, it had already reached the limit of Fang Yuan's modifications. Even if he added some other immortal goo, it would be difficult. Setting up a trap earlier and activating a brand new Reverse Flow Protection Seal was impossible in a short period of time. After some testing, Fang Yuan went into closed cultivation again and started to deduce other killer moves. Even though Fang Yuan looked calm and collected, he was actually feeling a lot of pressure internally, facing the threat of a colossal force like the Celestial Court. Who would not feel pressure? The refinement of Myriad Self-Immortal Goo was not just the enhancement of a few killer moves. Fang Yuan's true goal was the third variation move, Luo Pasil. I fell into Lu Wei Yin's immortal killer move and experienced the dream realm of 3 lifetimes. This dream realm was very mystical, especially the third life. It gave me inspiration for Luo Pasil. But when deducing Luo Pasil earlier, I encountered many obstacles. There was a huge gap that I could not cross. Now that I refined Myriad Self-Immortal Goo, it is like I obtained a bridge. I might be able to cross this gap. Fang Yuan was very excited. He was looking forward to it. Even though he used the battle with Thunder Ghost True Monarch to raise his reputation to a higher level, surpassing Feng Joga. But Fang Yuan knew his own limits. He knew that he was inferior to Feng Joga in many aspects. Feng Joga could fight rank 8s because he had extremely dense sound path Dao marks. They were at rank 8 level. Even without a sound path rank 8 immortal goo, his immortal killer moves could have quasi-rank 8 power through the amplification of his own Dao marks. And Fang Yuan could fight rank 8s, mainly because of the vast number of Dao marks in the secluded domain of heaven and earth, reverse flow river. Some of his own path Dao marks were at rank 7 level, but he was still far from rank 8. Even if he annexed all the immortal apertures in City Well, he was still far from rank 8. Comparing Fang Yuan and Feng Zhouge, what they lacked was not talent. Feng Zhouge created assimilation wind song. He became the first Gu immortal in history to be able to use the winds of assimilation. Fang Yuan, on the other hand, designed myriad self-killer move. Enslavement and strength path, he created a new chapter in history. The two were on the same level. Right now, Fang Yuan created a killer move to refine myriad self-immortal Gu. His level was slightly higher than before, because if he continued to develop at this starting point, he might be able to create a brand new Gu cultivation path. Compared to the original killer moves, there would be much more room for development. Gu cultivation paths developed like this. Some were created through the fusion of two paths. Some were created through the division of a single path. The difference between Fang Yuan and Feng Zhouge was the accumulation of time. How many years had Fang Yuan cultivated since rebirth? As for Feng Zhouge, he had already cultivated for hundreds of years. Fang Yuan had not even cultivated for 50 years. It was not easy for him to be able to compare to Feng Zhouge. Compared to others, he was even more monstrous. His cultivation level rose by leaps and bounds. It was unheard of and could not be evaluated with common sense. After all, Fang Yuan had obtained countless fortuitous encounters after rebirth. Actually, Fang Yuan placed great importance on his accumulation of Dao marks. But currently, Providence had ill intentions. It made his tribulation the lightest. He obtained few Dao marks. Annexing immortal apertures was a good method, but the upper extreme, heavenly eagle, had not been found yet. Other methods required specific immortal Gu that needed to be refined. It was troublesome. Using food path methods to use snack immortal Gu to create killer moves like eat strength to increase Dao marks was also a good method, but the efficiency was low. Distant water could not quench immediate thirst. Thus, Fang Yuan turned his attention to other secluded domains of heaven and earth. Fang Yuan had many secluded domains of heaven and earth: Dang Hun Mountain, Luopa Valley, Reverse Flow River, and City Well, 4 secluded domains of heaven and earth. Among them, Reverse Flow River had already been used to form Reverse Flow Protection Seal. It allowed Fang Yuan to resist rank 8 existences. As for Dang Hun Mountain, it was broken and was still being repaired. City Well was used to raise variant humans. And in terms of rule path, Fang Yuan's attainment level was low. The most suitable place was Luopa Valley. Fang Yuan's soul path attainment level was ordinary, but he had spectral soul's true inheritance. This was the #1 soul path inheritance in the world. Nobody could deny this. With such a foundation, along with the inspiration that Fang Yuan gained from the 3 lifetimes in the dream realm and now myriad self-immortal Gu, Chapter 1585. Time passed quickly. Half a month went by in the blink of an eye. On this day, Fang Yuan's figure flew out of the cloud city like a bolt of lightning. The immortal formation that enveloped the whole of Lang, Ya blessed land, activated and shot out a golden light that enveloped Fang Yuan. The golden light flashed. Fang Yuan vanished on the spot. When he appeared again, he was already 1,000 li away on a desolate land. These last days, Fang Yuan had modified the super immortal formation again, giving it the ability to teleport objects. This was because Feng Zhouge had attacked Wei to save Zhao, massacring hairy men everywhere. Land Spirit of Langya felt heartache, but could do nothing about it. Land Spirit of Langya thus remembered this painful lesson. After refining myriad self-immortal Gu, he suggested this modification to the immortal formation to Fang Yuan. Langya sect refined myriad self-immortal goo for Fang Yuan. They even sacrificed the long-hair goo refinement immortal formation. Fang Yuan naturally had to return the favor by modifying their defensive immortal formation. Fang Yuan's formation path attainment level was quite high. With the help of the light of wisdom, he had already deduced the modification plan several days ago, completing the modification of the immortal formation. Arriving at this empty space, Fang Yuan breathed in deeply as he started to practice his killer move. Immortal killer move, Yama Emperor. Instantly, he changed his form. He was tall and mighty. He wore a crown on his head. His face was hazy and unfathomable. The number of ghosts embroidered on his robe was no longer the previous number. It had increased by a lot. There were more than 1,000 of them. This was the result of Fang Yuan's closed cultivation during this period of time. Immortal killer move, soul explosion. Fang Yuan pointed his finger, and immediately a pitch-black air current shot out, exploding everywhere it went. But under the protection of the immortal formation, cloud-covered continent's surface flickered with silver light. It resisted the power of the soul explosion to a large extent. Even so, a peak rank 7 killer move was not something the silver light could defend against. Amidst a series of booms, the ground around Fang Yuan was blasted into a mess. Clouds and mud splattered in all directions, and a large number of craters covered several miles in circumference. The black gas dissipated, and the soul explosion ended. Above Fang Yuan's imperial robe, a Yama monster slowly disappeared. After a few breaths of time, it disappeared without a trace, as if it had never existed. This was the price of using soul explosion. Fang Yuan did not feel any heartache. Instead, after carefully sensing it, his eyes flashed. Immortal killer move, Yama battlefield. Whew! A strong gust of wind blew, and the world changed. In the time of 3 blinks of an eye, an area of 500 kilometers in the surroundings had been enveloped by Fang Yuan's immortal battlefield, and it isolated the outside world from the outside world and formed a hopeless situation. Inside this battlefield killer move, there was a pale greenish-yellow color. One's vision was blurry. There seemed to be fog. The chilly wind blew, emitting a mournful sound. It was cold and desolate. Fang Yuan let out the Yama monsters. They laughed cruelly and flew freely in Yama battlefield. After getting amplified, they were like fish in water. After testing it for a while, Fang Yuan took back the Yama monsters and stopped activating Yama battlefield. The world became clear again. He returned to Langya blessed land. Yama battlefield was the main achievement of Fang Yuan's closed cultivation. Fang Yuan had already deduced that Zichun life destruction immortal battlefield was constructed from the wisdom path immortal goo left behind by Zishan Makoto. Fang Yuan used it to kill Yuchan and Qin Bai He. But Zichun life destruction immortal battlefield's advantage was in concealment. It was isolated from the outside world. It was very strict. The disadvantage was that it needed time to set up, so preparations were often needed. Goo immortals were not fools to use it in battle. By the time they succeeded, they would have already escaped. As for Yama battlefield, Fang Yuan used many battlefield killer moves in Spectral Soul's true inheritance, as well as his own situation to create it. Yama battlefield was inferior to Zichun life destruction immortal battlefield in terms of concealment and isolation. Its advantage was that the time needed to set it up was very short. It only took 3 blinks of an eye. During this period of time, even though Fang Yuan could not move, he could already use it in battle. In 3 blinks of an eye, as long as Fang Yuan could grasp the opportunity, Goo immortals would not be able to escape from this trap if they were caught off guard. After being enveloped by Yama battlefield, Fang Yuan's advantage was much greater. Right now, against most rank 6 and 7 Goo immortals, I can kill them and take their lives. Fang Yuan sighed. Goo immortals could be defeated, but it was very easy to capture or kill them. Firstly, There were all sorts of escape methods. It was hard for Gu immortals to cultivate many of them. Against other paths, some escape methods were easy to use. Secondly, Fang Yuan was alone. He was wanted by Longevity Heaven, Celestial Court, and other righteous path forces. He had to end the battle quickly. Thus, Fang Yuan had been very careful when choosing his opponents. If not for Meng Tu having an immortal battlefield method that could trap himself and his enemies in Autumn Blade Plain, Fang Yuan would not have chosen such an enemy. After Yama Battlefield was formed, Fang Yuan first thought of his other method, Great Thief Ghost Hand. His theft path attainment level was Great Grandmaster. Using Great Thief Immortal Gu and Ghostly Concealment as the foundation, he deduced the Great Thief Ghost Hand killer move that could steal rank 8 Immortal Gu. This move was modified by Fang Yuan and became even sharper. He only used it twice. One was to steal rank 8 Immortal Gu Soul Beast token. The other was to steal rank 7 Immortal Gu Blade Wing. It caused the battle situation to change instantly. Meng Tu was quickly defeated. It could be said to be an outstanding achievement. Previously, I could not use Great Thief Ghost Hand too much. It would expose my identity. If news spread, people would be alerted and try to break Great Thief Ghost Hand. It would endanger my arrangements in Green Ghost Desert. But now, with Yama Battlefield, I can completely trap people and use Great Thief Ghost Hand to steal Immortal Gu. Even if the enemy wants to escape, there is little chance I can silence them and quickly accumulate cultivation resources. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with a fierce light, killing intent surged in his chest. With Yama Battlefield, a bloody path of kill and steal Gu, then devour apertures to gain Dao marks was presented to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan did not feel any guilt in slaughtering innocent people. He did not feel any guilt. Fang Yuan licked his lips, shaking his head. It is a pity now is not the time. If Langya Blessed Land was not exposed, without Celestial Court's pressure, Fang Yuan would have left and killed people everywhere. But the urgent matter now was to protect Langya Blessed Land. At this moment, Langya Sec's existence was far more helpful to Fang Yuan than if Fang Yuan stole Immortal Gu. There was no doubt about this. As time passed, the pressure in Fang Yuan's heart increased. Celestial Court would not let this go once it made a comeback and invaded Langya Blessed Land. Even if Langya Blessed Land made ample preparations, it might not be able to defend itself. This was because Langya Sec's trump cards and secrets had been exposed in the last battle, and Celestial Court's foundation was deep and unfathomable. If they used some trump cards or schemes to deal with Langya Sec's situation, Langya Blessed Land would be in danger. The best situation was to relocate Langya Blessed Land before the second Celestial Court's invasion. But during the relocation, Celestial Court would definitely ambush it. It might be Prince's impatience. Fang Yuan had already deduced this clearly. Against a rank 8, Fang Yuan had enough defense, but not enough offense. His situation was quite awkward. Right now, he had two paths in front of him. One was to use a secluded domain of heaven and earth to create a rank 8 offensive killer move. The other was to use a rank 8 Immortal Gu to create an offensive method. Among the secluded domains of heaven and earth, Luo Pa Valley was the best choice. It was almost the only choice. Fang Yuan also had the inspiration to deduce Luo Pa Seal, but unfortunately, there was little progress these days. Even after using the Light of Wisdom, the result was the same. Fang Yuan was very vexed. In terms of rank 8 Immortal Gu, Fang Yuan had 4. They were Attitude Gu, Wisdom Sword, Years Flow Like Water, and Soul Beast Token. Attitude Gu was the core Immortal Gu of Familiar Face. While Years Flow Like Water produced Year Gu, it was not suited for battle. Soul Beast Token had to be used in Yama Emperor's killer move. It could not be used. After thinking about it, there was only Wisdom Sword Immortal Gu left. Speaking of which, Fang Yuan had already obtained this rank 8 Immortal Gu for some time. In order to raise it, Feng Yuan had spent a lot of effort and resources. Unfortunately, he could not use it. Activating Wisdom Sword, Immortal Goo required rank 8 Immortal Essence. This was an immortal goo that Zishan Makoto had designed for Boqing. Unfortunately, Feng Yuan only had rank 7 Red Date Immortal Essence now. This was a hard rule. It could not be changed. Actually, most rank 8 Immortal Goo needed rank 8 Immortal Essence. The other 3 in Feng Yuan's hands were a special case. Attitude Goo could be activated by expending mental energy. Year's Flow like water could be activated with any Immortal Essence, but its power would fluctuate. Soul Beast Token expended Soul Foundation. Just in this aspect, these 3 Immortal Goo were all top tier among rank 8 Immortal Goo. Thinking about it, even though Feng Yuan had many Immortal Goo and countless inheritances to have a rank 8 offensive killer move, he had to start with Luo Po Valley. I was able to think of Reverse Flow Protection Seal earlier because my Water Path attainment level was at Grandmaster. This time, when I thought of Luo Po Seal, my Soul Path attainment level was only at Master level. It was a huge obstacle. Feng Yuan had Grandmaster attainment level in many paths. Theft Path and Refinement Path were Great Grandmaster and Quasi-Supreme Grandmaster. It would have been better to allocate these attainment levels to Soul Path. But fate played tricks on people. His Soul Path attainment level was only Master. But thankfully, I have the Light of Wisdom. Even though the progress is small, there is still progress. At this rate, I can forcefully deduce it. This method's greatest weakness is time. I hope I can make it in time. Right at this time, heaven and earth shook. A huge black whirlpool appeared out of nowhere. Oh no! Feng Yuan's expression changed. He recognized that the culprit of this black whirlpool was the Tao marks left behind by Feng Zhoge. Feng Yuan had already investigated these Tao marks. Before him, Land Spirit of Langya had done the same. But both of them thought that this was a method to mark the location. It was very troublesome to get rid of it. But currently, Langya Blessed Land was isolated from the outside world. These Tao marks did not pose any threat. But to think that without anyone controlling them and instilling immortal essence, these Tao marks actually gathered on their own, forming a black whirlpool. Quickly destroy it, Feng Yuan shouted. Almost at the same time, Land Spirit of Langya also gave a similar order. Feng Yuan's modified defensive formation activated immediately, but in the blink of an eye, 4 starlight beams shot out of the black whirlpool. The red lotus emitted a loud sound. The black whirlpool was destroyed. As the starlight faded, Goo Immortals appeared. Feng Zhoge, Chen Yi, and Thunder Ghost True Monarch were among them. The leader was a female immortal. She looked around before fixing her gaze on Feng Yuan, smiling. Feng Yuan, I finally caught you. Chapter 1586. When the Celestial Court invaded and saw 4 Goo Immortals, Feng Yuan's pupils shrunk to pin size. Even with his vast knowledge and experience, he still found it hard to believe. There is such a method. For rank 8 Goo Immortals were teleported in at once. If we did not destroy that dark spiral immediately, even more Goo Immortals might have entered. Even though Feng Zhoge was not a true rank 8, his Tao marks were already at rank 8 level. Thus, it was not wrong for Feng Yuan to consider him a rank 8 Goo Immortal. Rank 8 Goo Immortals had incomparably vast Tao marks. There were very few methods to teleport them. It was very difficult. Even the Immortal Killer move rank 7 Immortal Door that Feng Zhoge exposed earlier could not teleport rank 8 Goo Immortals. If rank 8 Goo Immortals wanted to teleport, they usually had to fly. If they wanted to cross regions, they had to use Immemorial White Heaven or Immemorial Black Heaven. Only great experts who cultivated Space Path had the ability to teleport. But even so, these Space Path great experts could only teleport themselves. They could not teleport other rank 8 existences. Like the method that the Celestial Court used to teleport 4 rank 8 Gu Immortals. They seem to have come from Central Continent. Such a method was simply unimaginable. Even in the 500 years of my previous life, during the Five Regions Chaotic War, I have never heard of the Celestial Court using such a method. Teleporting 4 rank 8 Gu Immortals at once. It seemed like they could teleport more. They could even target them. This method was simply too powerful. It could easily tear apart any defense. The advantage in battle tactics could be raised to a strategic level. Think about it. During the Five Regions Chaotic War, each rank 8 Gu Immortal was suppressing one region. At this time, the Celestial Court secretly mobilized several rank 8 Gu Immortals. They would suddenly teleport to an enemy rank 8 Gu Immortal and gang up on him. They would have a huge advantage and victory was in their grasp. After so many times, who could resist them? Any region would be in a terrible situation. They might even be helpless. In the 500 years of my previous life, why did the Celestial Court not use this method? Was it because the conditions were not ripe, or was it not the right time? I'm starting to understand. The thoughts in Fang Yuan's mind flashed like lightning, and he suddenly understood. Once this method is used by the Celestial Court, after the rank 8 Gu Immortals of the other 4 regions die, they would immediately be alerted and link up, forming an alliance to encircle and attack the Celestial Court. This was very obvious. If they did not cooperate and allowed the situation to continue, any rank 8 Gu Immortal's life would be in danger at any moment. No matter how many rank 8 Gu Immortals there were, the Celestial Court would defeat them one by one. Rank 8 Gu Immortals were not fools. Only by working together and defeating the Celestial Court could they be safe. Of course, the Celestial Court wasn't stupid. It had always kept this method hidden, and no matter how hard it tried, it couldn't be used. He was worried that this method would be too powerful and easily incite the other region's rank 8 Gu Immortals to unite against a common enemy, and then form a 4 regions alliance against the Celestial Court. But now, in order to encircle Fang Yuan, the Celestial Court did not hesitate to use this method in advance. It could be seen how determined the Celestial Court was to invade Langya Blessed Land. No, not just me. I'm afraid there is also the temptation of rank 9 Wisdom Gu. At the same time, taking over Langya Blessed Land will be of great help to the Celestial Court in repairing fake Gu. Fang Yuan could only smile bitterly in his heart. The Celestial Court's attack was too sudden. Even though Fang Yuan had made ample mental preparations, there was no helping it. The Celestial Court's method, in truth, had already surpassed Fang Yuan's imagination. That is why such an enemy is the scariest, because it has too many trump cards. Its accumulation is too deep. Fang Yuan sighed bitterly in his heart. Scoundrel! At the same time, the other Celestial Court Gu Immortals did not move. Thunder Ghost True Monarch directly charged at Fang Yuan. She hated Fang Yuan to the core. Fang Yuan sold her 3 rib bones on jewel yellow skies. He even played that video nonstop. It was the greatest humiliation she had ever suffered in her life. Thus, Thunder Ghost True Monarch directly charged at Fang Yuan. She attacked while emitting intense killing intent that could make one's heart palpitate. But at the next moment, golden light flashed as Fang Yuan vanished on the spot. Thunder Ghost True Monarch missed. She immediately raised her head and stared at the sky. That was the foundation of the super formation. Bam! Fang Yuan was inside the super immortal formation. He controlled it personally. The first thing he did was to activate the formation and bring in the variant human Gu Immortals scattered all over Langya Blessed Land. Just as he made his move, the Celestial Court also made their move. Immortal killer move, Separation Song. Feng Jioga used his signature killer move, Separation Song. It countered all the immortal Gu houses and immortal formations in the world. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. He split his mind and activated the immortal formation, causing it to burst out with a lump of reddish-brown light. Within the red light, the separation song weakened rapidly. Its voice became fainter and fainter. To deal with separation song, Fang Yuan had modified this aspect of the immortal formation. Now that he used it, he received great results. Feng Jioge had once destroyed several layers of this immortal formation. He had relied on separation song to succeed. But now, before separation song could even attack the immortal formation's foundation, it was weakened and destroyed. He frowned slightly. "Let me do it." Fairy Myrtle stretched out her finger, shooting out a starlight rainbow. The starlight rainbow was like an arrow. It pierced through the wind and clouds. It shot into the super immortal formation and turned into a field of star sand. It was dazzling and dazzling. The faster the immortal formation was activated, the more this star sand mixed and moved along with the immortal formation, showing all sorts of wondrous forms. Sometimes it was like clouds or mist. Sometimes it condensed into the shape of a water jar. Fairy Myrtle smiled lightly. Thoughts surged in her mind like huge waves in the sea. Oh no! This wisdom path killer move not only helps the enemy deduce the pattern of my immortal formation, it can also obstruct the coordination of goo worms, causing the immortal formation to become more and more sluggish. Among the variant human goo immortals who arrived, some noticed something amiss. What do we do? What do we do now? Almost all of the variant human goo immortals were sweating profusely. They had panicked expressions. Their hearts were filled with the fear and pressure of the apocalypse. Celestial Court's lineup was too strong. It could be said to have 4 rank 8s, even excluding Feng Jioge. The other 3 were all elites among rank 8s. Any one of them could pose a huge threat to Langya Blessed Land, not to mention the fact that there were 3 of them. Strange. Why is Fairy Myrtle not using Star Constellation chessboard? Fang Yuan had already calmed down. There was a trace of doubt in his eyes. He had fought with Fairy Myrtle once before. It was during the Battle of Southern Border's Dream Realm. It is a pity that Star Constellation chessboard was left in Celestial Court to support Starcast. Otherwise, with its help, it would be dozens of times easier for me to decipher this super immortal formation. Fairy Myrtle sighed to herself, but her hands did not stop moving. Another Wisdom Path killer move was used. It was silent, colorless, formless, and traceless. Fang Yuan did not know how to defend against it, but the formation was hit again. The star sand that entered doubled in size. This is troublesome. Fang Yuan frowned deeply. Celestial Court, do you really think my Langya sect is easy to bully? Kill them all. Chapter 1587. The silver giant was tall and mighty. It opened its arms and swept towards the 4 central continent goo immortals, creating a huge shockwave. Chen Yi's eyes shined with bright light. He snorted coldly. "Let me do it!" Compared to the silver giant, his body was small and weak, but his aura surged out, instantly contending against the silver giant. Immortal killer move. Immortal binding vine. Chen Yi pointed with his finger, and countless jade-green rays of light quickly attached themselves to the silver giant. The silver giant's fist was powerful, but due to the obstruction of the jade-green lights, its speed fell and its direction changed. It crashed into the cloud soil, creating a huge pit as soil splattered. In contrast, Chen Yi watched coldly. He did not move. He floated in the air and pointed at the silver giant with one finger. The jade-green lights on the silver giant became more and more numerous, wrapping around it. Next, the light became denser and turned into thick vines that coiled around the silver giant. Within Heavenly Giant Solar's battle formation, Land Spirit of Langya roared in anger. After being hit by this immortal binding vine, he felt like he had fallen into a swamp. Even though he had strength, he could not use it. He felt very sullen. Sixth Hair. Land Spirit of Langya shouted. Sixth Hair immediately attacked, using an immortal killer move. Heavenly Giant Solar's body shined with golden light. It cut the immortal binding vines inch by inch and started to recover. Chen Yi smiled coldly, using a new killer move. Countless vines were cut off and fell into the cloud soil. Under Chen Yi's reinforcement, they grew rapidly. In a few breaths of time, they turned into giant trees. The towering trees stood to the left and right of the silver giant, forming a large circle that trapped the silver giant in the center. Land Spirit of Langya sensed something amiss, but the silver giant was still bound by the immortal binding vines. It could not move for a while. At this time, between the giant trees, the branches and leaves started to intertwine. The roots under the cloud soil also formed into a ball spreading out of the ground. With the tree trunk as the center, the branches, leaves, and roots intertwined, forming a giant cage. Immortal killer move, ancient tree prison cage. The silver giant finally tore apart the divine binding vine that was binding it, but it was once again trapped in the ancient wood prison cage. Land Spirit of Langya roared in anger. He gave orders as the hairy Mangu immortals attacked, unleashing killer moves one after another. But this ancient tree prison cage was actually able to endure it. It could even use the immortal killer move as nourishment to strengthen itself. The Land Spirit of Langyu realized that something was wrong and quickly stopped. He tried again and found that tearing with his bare hands was the best way to break through. The hairy Mangu immortals were helpless. They could only use heavenly giant solar to attack the ancient tree prison cage. Damn it! The Land Spirit of Langya cursed fiercely. His forehead was filled with cold sweat. Since he was trapped here, he could not help Feng Yuan. He could only watch as Feng Joga and Fairy Myrtle attacked the super immortal formation. Without a choice, Land Spirit of Langya could only communicate with the Rock Mangu immortal. Quick, release that old dragon. Roar. With a dragon's roar, a huge figure flew out, appearing in front of the immortals. Immemorial rock dragon. Its entire body was made of rocks. It was filled with dense earth path Dao marks. Its body was thick, and its dragon teeth were like a forest of rocks. It was majestic and powerful. The rock dragon seemed to be moving slowly, but was actually very fast. It flew into the sky and cast a huge shadow on the ground. The four immortals of the celestial court were also shrouded in the shadow. They raised their heads and showed expressions of shock. To think that there's a primordial stone dragon hidden in Langya-blessed land. Feng Joga sighed. Fairy Myrtle smiled. This does not belong to Langya-blessed land. It is likely to belong to those variant human goo immortals. As a wisdom path great expert, she instantly deduced the truth. Let me tear this rock dragon apart. Thunder Ghost True Monarch licked her lips. Her fighting spirit surged. No need. Chen Yi shouted as he pointed with his finger, using the same move. Immortal killer move. Immortal binding vine. The immortal vine spread and bound the immemorial rock dragon. Its movement was obstructed, but it still charged towards the four central continent immortals. The four immortals dodged. The immemorial rock dragon fell to the ground as Chen Yi used ancient tree prison cage again, restraining it. How can this be? The variant human goo immortals saw this and felt deep shock and disappointment. They could not express it in words. Even Land Spirit of Langya took in a deep breath. His body felt cold. The immemorial rock dragon that they had placed their hopes on was actually restrained like this. In contrast, over at the celestial court side, Chen Yi was displaying his might. Fairy Myrtle and Feng Joga had been suppressing the super immortal formation. Thunder Ghost True Monarch had not made a move yet. Feng Yuan's expression was ugly, but he was not too surprised. The strength of the immemorial rock dragon lies in its strong defense and fearlessness. Once it gets injured, it can quickly recover from the sacrifice of the rockmen. This healing method is extremely powerful. It was very troublesome for goo immortals to get injured. It was very difficult to get rid of the injury. The higher their cultivation level, the more trouble they would face if they got injured. If it were a rank 8 goo immortal, after getting injured, they would need to spend some time to heal themselves. But the immemorial rock dragon's healing method could be healed in an instant in battle. Thus, it was a huge headache for its opponents. The immemorial rock dragon also gained a great reputation because of this. But now was different. It was facing Celestial Court's rank 8 Gu Immortal, Chen-Yi. Firstly, Celestial Court suppressed and slaughtered variant human Gu Immortals. It was established on the corpses of variant humans. It knew about the Rockman tribe's rock dragon very well. Secondly, the immemorial rock dragon did not have any rank 8 wild immortal Gu to use, while Chen-Yi used rank 8 killer moves with the most accurate battle tactic. He surrounded it, but did not attack. He suppressed it, but did not injure it. The immemorial rock dragon's greatest advantage could not be used. Finally, Chun-Yi's killer moves were truly exquisite, especially ancient tree prison cage. It did not fear immortal killer moves. It was very troublesome to destroy. It was not strange that the immemorial rock dragon lost to Chen-Yi so easily. Even though the rock dragon resisted and struggled, it was getting more and more restrained by the immortal binding vines. Without external help, it had no hope of breaking out of the immortal binding vines, not to mention the outer layer of ancient tree prison cage. Brothers, we need to rely on ourselves. Langya Land Spirit shouted loudly. The silver giant finally smashed a hole in the ancient tree prison, breaking through the heavy encirclement. Heavenly Giant Solar is indeed the number 2 ancient battle formation. Chen-Yi commented plainly. He suddenly smiled as he muttered, "But do you think my ancient tree prison cage is so easy to break out of?" The silver giant's movements stopped. Land Spirit of Langya was slightly stunned. It turned around and saw that a wooden hand was grabbing onto the silver giant's right leg. "What is this?" The silver giant turned around and raised its hands. Its arms turned into 2 axes as it slashed down. The wooden hand was hit by the axes, but only half of it was cut. It did not break completely. The silver giant wanted to attack again, but at this time, a wooden giant came out of the soil. The wooden giant let go of its hand and lowered its head, using its shoulder to ram into the silver giant's chest, causing the silver giant to fall to the ground. Langya Sek's Gu Immortals were caught off guard. They wanted to get the silver giant up, but the wooden giant's attacks were relentless. It suddenly jumped into the air, and with a loud sound, it pressed down on the silver giant. Under the immense pressure, one of the hairy man Gu Immortals made a mistake. He used an immortal killer move on the wooden giant. The wooden giant was immediately nourished. The injuries on its arm healed. At the same time, its body collided. It was slightly shorter than the silver giant earlier, but now it was on par with it. Chun-Yi snorted smugly. This was his immortal killer move giant with divine statue. It inherited the characteristics of ancient tree prison cage. It was not afraid of any killer moves. Only physical attacks were effective against it. This is the power of Genesis Lotus True Inheritance. Thunder Ghost True Monarch's eyes shined with bright light. At this moment, Chen-Yi displayed his invincible might, suppressing both the silver giant and the ancient stone dragon by himself. This was his true strength. As the first supreme elder of Heavenly Lotus Sect, he had inherited Genesis Lotus True Inheritance. He had immense battle strength. It was extraordinary. Earlier, in Green Ghost Desert, he had a hard time. Most of the time, he fought in Divine Bean Palace. He was afraid of destroying Divine Bean Palace, so he kept his hands and feet tied. On the other hand, his main opponent, Fong Clan's first Supreme Elder, had a huge advantage. He restrained his strength and fought with his body, causing Chun-Yi to be furious but helpless. Chapter 1588. Chun-Yi displayed his true strength. Celestial Court's side was in an advantageous position. What made Fong Yuan even more worried was that none of them had used their full strength. Even Chun-Yi, who put in the most effort, had not used Karma Divine Tree. Even if Chun-Yi is not at the level of Zishan Makoto or Duke Long, he is still a top expert among rank 8s. Fairy Myrtle and Thunder Ghost True Monarch are the same. Feng Joga cannot be underestimated either. I have to go. The immemorial Rock Dragon and Silver Giant were suppressed by Chen-Yi alone. The super immortal formation was also resisting Feng Joga and Fairy Myrtle. Lang Ya's side only had Fang Yuan, who had rank 8 battle strength. If he did not go, who could save the situation? In fact, Land Spirit of Langya had already urged Fang Yuan many times earlier. Golden light flashed. Fang Yuan's figure appeared in front of Fairy Myrtle. Fairy Myrtle had expected this. She waved her hand, and a red sandalwood divine wind appeared. The wind blew over and brushed against Fang Yuan's body, causing ripples in reverse flow protection seal. This killer move. Fang Yuan's heart sank. This red sandalwood divine wind was strong against strong opponents and weak against weak opponents. It was similar to reverse flow protection seal. It was a defensive and counterattacking move. Reverse flow protection seal did not have any offensive power. It countered the purple charm divine wind. Neither side could do anything to the other, but Fang Yuan was pushed away by this wind. Fang Yuan, you are finally willing to come down. A flash of lightning flickered. Thunder Ghost True Monarch Jinglan appeared behind Fang Yuan as if she had teleported with a sinister smile and surging killing intent. Trident electrolysis. Jinglan shouted as she joined her hands together. 3 bolts of lightning shot out from her fingers. With a crackling sound, the lightning merged in midair and formed a trident made of blue lightning. The trident electrolysis hit Fang Yuan's back, but it was blocked by the countercurrent protection seal and reflected back. Jinglan laughed heartily. She opened her mouth and swallowed the trident into her stomach. Then, her eyes emitted traces of electricity as she quickly retreated. Fang Yuan's heart sank again. Not good. This triple-pronged electrolysis killer move is clearly probing my reverse flow protection seal. Even though Thunder Ghost True Monarch is not a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal, with the Wisdom Path Great Expert Fairy Myrtle here, she can break my reverse flow protection seal on the spot. Ever since they were set up by Fang Yuan, Thunder Ghost True Monarch was beaten up, and Fairy Myrtle was defeated. However, the trap that Fang Yuan had painstakingly set up had been exposed, and was no longer useful. During this period of time, Fang Yuan had planned meticulously, cultivated hard, and made preparations. The Celestial Court was also doing the same. Not only did they use their strength to replenish Thunder Ghost True Monarch's Immortal Gu lineup, Fairy Myrtle also used Star Constellation Chessboard to design the killer move Trident Electrolysis for Thunder Ghost True Monarch. It was to deal with Fang Yuan's reverse flow protection seal. Fang Yuan's heart was heavy, but he did not panic. In fact, this was within his expectations. He actively fought against Fairy Myrtle and Thunder Ghost True Monarch to share some of the pressure in other areas. Both sides fought back and forth. The sky changed color. Cloud Cover Continent was completely destroyed. The sounds of battle resounded in the sky. Countless hairy man mortals and Gu masters were fearful. The Silver Giant dealt with the giant tree divine statue, but Chen-Yi created another one in the blink of an eye. The immemorial Rock Dragon was bound by the immortal binding vines. Its chances of escaping were getting slimmer. Even Fang Yuan could not do anything about it. It was not that he did not try, but the outer layer of the ancient tree prison cage was too thick, and it did not fear immortal killer moves. It was a huge headache. This killer move is not invincible against all immortal killer moves. It is just that we did not use it properly. If I had enough time with my wisdom path methods, I could deduce this move and break it. Fang Yuan sighed internally. This was a killer move from Genesis Lotus True Inheritance. It was very exquisite. It was like reverse flow protection seal, Celestial Court, and the other Gu Immortals could not do anything about it. They had to rack their brains. Fang Yuan faced the same treatment. Now, he encountered the ancient tree prison cage. He felt the same way as Fairy Myrtle when facing reverse flow protection seal. After fighting for some time, Celestial Court still had the upper hand. Their advantage was growing. Fang Yuan did not deduce Luo Seal. He did not have a rank 8 offensive method, with just reverse flow protection seal. He could defend, but not attack. He could not pose any threat to the four immortals. The ancient battle formation, Heavenly Giant Solar, was the same. The Hairy Man Gu immortals had many methods. They had great teamwork, but this time they were not facing Feng Jioga. They were facing the rank 8 expert Chen Yi. Chen Yi also had many methods. They were all rank 8 killer moves. No matter how the land spirit of Langya resisted, it was suppressed by Chen Yi. After fighting for a while, Fairy Myrtle suddenly frowned. She ordered secretly, "Senior Jinglan, please go around and search for Wisdom Gu." "Scoundrel, I will let you off for now." Even though Thunder Ghost True Monarch hated Fang Yuan to the core, she still looked at the big picture. She smiled at Fang Yuan as she moved like lightning, leaving the battlefield in the blink of an eye. Langya's side could only watch. They had no way to restrain her. It turned out that the Celestial Court's attack was not only to eliminate Fang Yuan and take over Langya to repair Fake Gu. The most important goal was to collect Wild Wisdom Gu. This legendary rank 9 immortal Gu had fallen into star constellation Immortal Venerable's hands long ago. Ordinary forces could not use it, but the Celestial Court had the best methods in the world. Ignoring everything else, with this Wisdom Gu, Star Constellation Chessboard would immediately become a rank 9 Immortal Gu house. Its power would rise to the limit. Just this point alone was enough for Fairy Myrtle to disregard her own safety. Earlier, when the four immortals of the Celestial Court arrived, Fairy Myrtle had already activated her investigative methods secretly. The range of her investigation expanded until it covered the whole of Langya Blessed Land, but she could not find Wisdom Gu. Thus, at this moment, Fairy Myrtle could only send Thunder Ghost True Monarch. Seeing that Thunder Ghost True Monarch had left the battlefield, the land spirit of Langya was afraid that the hairy men would die. It roared in anger, but it was trapped by Chen Yi. The silver giant was restricted by the immortal binding vines. It could not move freely. It struggled to break free from layers after layers. It was truly frustrating. They are going to search for Wisdom Gu. A bright light flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes. His wisdom path methods were extraordinary. In an instant, he deduced the intentions of the Celestial Court. Unfortunately, the Celestial Court did not know that Wisdom Gu had already been taken into the sovereign immortal aperture by Fang Yuan. Last time, it was in Langya Blessed Land and was not taken or destroyed. They had already lost their best chance. If they wanted to get it again, the difficulty would be thousands of times higher. In that case, a sharp light flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes. He realized that this was the best opportunity. Immemorial Year Beast. He opened a sliver of his immortal aperture and let out a monkey Immemorial Year Beast. At the same time, he moved quickly and used a large number of immortal killer moves to attack Fairy Myrtle. Among the four immortals of the Celestial Court, the most threatening one was not Chen Yi, who had Genesis Lotus True Inheritance, nor was it the rank 8 expert Thunder Ghost True Monarch Jinglan, who resisted Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, nor was it Feng Jioga, who had Assimilation Wind Song. But Fairy Myrtle, there was no other reason. She was a wisdom path great expert. Just this point alone made her the leader of this operation. As long as she had time to deduce, she could create countless miracles. They had to get rid of this wisdom path Gu Immortal first. Chapter 1589. Ancient Sword Dragon Transformation. Soul Explosion. Strength Path Giant Hand. Myriad Dragon. Fang Yuan used almost all his strength, attacking Fairy Myrtle fiercely. Fairy Myrtle laughed. "Fang Yuan, you are out of tricks." She also used killer moves of different types. Each move was exquisite. She blocked all of Fang Yuan's methods. There were even counters and counters. Fang Yuan's methods had been exposed for a long time. Fairy Myrtle had been collecting information. She made many deductions and created many methods to counter them. This was the terrifying aspect of Wisdom Path Gu Immortals. But at this moment, Fang Yuan's killer moves were still somewhat useful. After all, his killer moves had been modified to deal with Fairy Myrtle's deductions. But in terms of Wisdom Path deductions, my attainment is still inferior to Fairy Myrtle. At this rate, one day, all of my methods will be completely countered by Fairy Myrtle. I will not be able to retaliate. Fang Yuan's thoughts moved like lightning. His battle intent surged like fire, but his mind was as calm as ice. Fairy Myrtle smiled again. Her aura surged as she breathed out a mouthful of purple chi. The purple chi was as small as a baby's fist. It hit the immemorial year beast's forehead and entered its mind. Howl! The immemorial year beast howled in pain. It hugged its head. As it lost its ability to fight, it fell to the ground and rolled around in pain. The variant human Gu Immortals controlling the super immortal formation were all stunned. Fairy Myrtle's battle strength was even higher than Chun Yi's. Earlier, she had not used her full strength, but now that she was truly using it, her beauty was unparalleled. Her methods were shocking. Fang Yuan could not help but feel dejected. He still had two immemorial soul beasts. They were captured in Green Ghost Desert, but he did not want to let them out. Immemorial desolate beasts were often at a disadvantage against rank 8 Gu Immortals. It would be better if he had Wild Immortal Gu with him. Right now, facing these rank 8 experts of the Celestial Court, even immemorial desolate beasts with Wild Immortal Gu were not useful. Just like how Fang Yuan had subdued the two primordial soul beasts in battle, primordial desolate beasts posed little threat to Fairy Myrtle and company. I am the only one who knows this. The Celestial Court also had a lot of soul path methods to resist spectral, soul, demon, venerable back then. That was why he chose to release the immemorial year beast. If we release the immemorial soul beast, I'm afraid it will be even easier to deal with it. Fang Yuan felt immense pressure in his heart. This time, the enemy's lineup and strength were really too strong. Fang Yuan did not have the confidence to kill even the weakest Feng Jioga. Not to mention Fairy Myrtle and the others, they were all first-rate powerhouses among the rank 8s. Any one of them alone could make Fang Yuan suffer. Honestly speaking, Langya Blessed Land's strength was quite good. It had 3 rank 8 battle strength experts. This level already surpassed most of the superforces in the 5 regions. In the 5 regions, only the top superforces would have 1 rank 8 Gu Immortal. Southern Borders Gu Immortals, the number 1 righteous path force. Wu Clan, how could they be at the top for so long? For a period of time, Wu Clan had 2 rank 8 Gu Immortals. They maintained 1 rank 8 Gu Immortal to suppress the situation. Of course, immortal Gu houses could not be left out. Many immortal Gu houses had rank 8 battle strength. Lang Yasek's current strength was equivalent to a superforce. It even surpassed the average level. But compared to the Celestial Court, it was much weaker. The immemorial rock dragon was tightly restrained by Chun Yi. Heavenly Giant Solar struggled, but was at a disadvantage. Feng Jioga had been dealing with Fang Yuan's super immortal formation. The variant human Gu Immortals inside the immortal formation had formation path attainment far inferior to Fang Yuan. And even though Feng Jioga's separation song was powerful, it was countered by the immortal formation. Both sides were in a deadlock. Fang Yuan was dealing with Fairy Myrtle. He could not break out of the situation. This was fatal. Once Thunder Ghost True Monarch fails to find Wisdom Gu and returns to fight, unless the land spirit of Langya reveals a new trump card, Fang Yuan would taste defeat. Langya Blessed Land originates from long-hair ancestor. It might have a trump card. But now, I cannot rely on this possibility. Immortal killer move, Yama Battlefield. Fang Yuan flew rapidly, getting close to Fairy Myrtle as he used the newly created Immortal Battlefield killer move. Because of the soul explosion earlier, a large number of soul path Dao marks were left in the battlefield. Yama Battlefield quickly spread out. It took form in a breath of time. But even with such speed, Fang Yuan could not trap Fairy Myrtle. This wisdom path great expert sensed something amiss when Fang Yuan got close to her. She quickly retreated. Fang Yuan's Yama Battlefield was set up very quickly. In a breath of time, it had already left most of the Immortal Battlefield killer moves far behind. But this was enough time for Fairy Myrtle to escape. I failed. Fang Yuan's heart sank. He could not trap Fairy Myrtle. He had wasted a huge amount of immortal essence. But it was not a complete waste. Fang Yuan looked at Feng Zhuge, who was in Yama Battlefield. His killing intent surged. I will kill this person first. Fang Yuan had grasped the opportunity. His positioning was very good. If Fairy Myrtle had not retreated in time, he could have trapped both Fairy Myrtle and Feng Zhuge at the same time. Yama Battlefield was Fang Yuan's new method. Even if Fairy Myrtle wanted to break it, she would need some time. If Fang Yuan trapped Fairy Myrtle and Feng Zhuge, only the Silver Giant, Ancient Rock Dragon, Chen Yi, and the Super Immortal Formation were left in the battlefield. If Feng Zhuge was trapped, the Super Immortal Formation would be released. If they reacted quickly, they might be able to destroy the Ancient Tree Prison and free the Ancient Rock Dragon. Chen Yi could barely deal with the Silver Giant and Ancient Rock Dragon at close range. Adding on the Super Immortal Formation would be beyond his capabilities. If he could use this chance to heavily injure Chen Yi, even if Thunder Ghost True Monarch returned to help, Langya's side would be able to turn the tables. But now, Fang Yuan could only trap Feng Zhuge. On the battlefield, it would be the Super Immortal Formation and Fairy Myrtle restraining each other. All in all, even if Thunder Ghost True Monarch returned, they would be in a deadlock for the time being. After all, they had rank 8 battle strength, they had foundations, they would not collapse immediately. Thus, Fang Yuan's current goal was to kill Feng Zhuge. He had to be fast, the faster the better. After killing Feng Zhuge, Fang Yuan would dispel the Yama Battlefield, then work with the Ancient Rock Dragon and the Silver Giant to deal with the 3 rank 8s of the Celestial Court. Langya's side would be in a much better situation. Therefore, Feng Zhuge's point was still quite crucial. This is a Soul Path Battlefield killer move, but it seems to contain Theft Path as well. Fairy Myrtle looked at the air in front of her. For the first time since the start of the battle, she frowned deeply. The Immortal Battlefield isolated the inside from the outside. Thankfully, Fang Yuan used it right in front of her. Otherwise, she would not have been able to find the point where the Yama Battlefield was placed in the void. But even if she found this point, Fairy Myrtle would find it troublesome to deduce with all her might, because the Yama Battlefield did not only have Soul Path profundity, it also used ghostly concealment. It was one with Yama Emperor's killer move. Chapter 1590. Rumble. The Super Immortal Formation activated, sending out countless lightning bolts towards Fairy Myrtle and Chen Yi. Since the start of the battle, this Super Immortal Formation had either been suppressed by Feng Zhuge and Fairy Myrtle, or it was in a deadlock with Feng Zhuge, but now it finally showed its power. Chen Yi quickly defended himself, but he was in a sorry state. Land Spirit of Langya saw the chance and immediately moved the Silver Giant to resist the giant tree statue's attacks while attacking the Ancient Tree Prison Cage that trapped the Ancient Rock Dragon. Fairy Myrtle thought about it and chose to attack the Super Immortal Formation while deducing Yama's battlefield. She ignored Chen Yi. Fairy Myrtle chose to play safe. If Feng Zhuge fought against Fang Yuan right now, she might not help Feng Zhuge immediately, because if Feng Zhuge was really in trouble, she could reinforce him in time. But now that Yama's battlefield was isolated, Feng Zhouge and Fang Yuan were fighting alone. This was very dangerous. Accidents could easily happen. Feng Zhouge was equally important to the Celestial Court. In fact, he was even more important than Chun Yi and Thunder Ghost, true monarch to the Celestial Court, because Feng Zhouge was the Tao guardian of Great Dream, immortal venerable Feng Kim Hong. Fairy Myrtle naturally did not want anything to happen to Feng Zhouge. Fang Yuan, on the other hand, wanted Feng Zhouge to die in front of him. Immortal killer move, Yama Emperor. Immortal killer move, Yama Child. Immortal killer move, Soul Explosion. From the start, Fang Yuan attacked wildly. He transformed into the Yama Emperor, and the Yama army spread out, attacking Feng Zhouge from all directions. At the same time, he mixed in soul explosions, beating Feng Zhouge until his face was covered in dirt. In just a short, while blood was already flowing from the corner of his mouth. Good move. Feng Zhouge felt an intense threat to his life. He also used a killer move. Immortal killer move, Yang Pass Tune. At the critical moment, he could not care less about the time limit of Yang Pass Tune's activation. With the help of the Yang Pass Tune, he dodged continuously, but in the Yama battlefield, he was greatly restricted, and the effect was not good. The son of Yama instead received an amplification, becoming even faster and more powerful. He charged forward without fear of death. No matter how hard Feng Zhouge tried to dodge and move, he was unable to completely shake off these Yama. Immortal killer move, Song Warrior. Immortal killer move, Blue Jade Song. Immortal killer move, Heaven and Earth Song. Immortal killer move, Submission Song. Immortal killer move, Separation Song. For Song Warriors protected Feng Zhouge, charging through the Son of Yama army, trying to get close to Fang Yuan. As the saying goes, to capture the bandits, one must first capture the leader. This battle tactic was simple and wise. Fang Yuan transformed into the Yama Emperor, moving rapidly in the Yama battlefield. It was extremely easy for him to move around. Even though his enslavement path attainment was not high, he only knew how to surround and kill Feng Zhouge with the Son of Yama. He could still do it well. After fighting, for a while, Feng Zhouge had a grim expression. Green Jade Song warriors often turned the Son of Yama into jade statues, causing them to shatter. But these Son of Yama were all brave. They were much harder to deal with than ancient desolate beasts. Heaven and Earth Song was not very effective in the Son of Yama battlefield. Separation Song could dismantle the immortal formation, but the immortal Gu used to activate and maintain the immortal battlefield were all inside Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture, unlike immortal formations and immortal Gu houses that had Gu worms outside. Separation Song could not affect the inside of Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. It was useless. The submission song that Feng Zhouge had high hopes for was the best method to counter enslavement path. It had once been used in the battle against Fang Yuan. But right now, submission song was like, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. The Son of Yama would at most be affected in terms of movement, but it would not be countered by submission song. My Son of Yama uses Soul Beast modification and Soul Beast summoning methods from Spectral Soul's true inheritance. It also uses ghostly concealment as the core. How can it be countered by your submission song? Fang Yuan sneered in his mind. Do I have to use Assimilation Wind Song? Feng Zhouge gritted his teeth. The battle strength that Fang Yuan displayed shocked him. Even though he was mentally prepared, when he was suppressed by Fang Yuan, Feng Zhouge still felt some disbelief. How long had it been? Not long ago, Feng Zhouge was still chasing Fang Yuan, chasing him from southern border to western desert. He was in a pathetic state. Fang Yuan's growth is too fast. This time, even if I cannot obtain wisdom Gu, I have to kill this person. Feng Zhouge sighed in his mind. At the same time, He canceled the idea of using Assimilation Wind Song. Activating Assimilation Wind Song was too dangerous. If he made a mistake, the first person to die would be Fong Jioge himself. Unless he had no other choice, Fong Jioge would not use Assimilation Wind Song. Especially in such an intense battle, there were too many external disturbances. Moreover, my Assimilation Wind Song has already been exposed. How can a crafty person like Fong Yuan not guard against me? Fong Jioge was very wary of Fong Yuan's wisdom path attainment. This time, we have a strong formation. Fairy Myrtle is not trapped in this battlefield killer move. We definitely have the advantage in a frontal battle. I should wait for Lady Ziwei to deduce from the outside and destroy this immortal battlefield. That is the safest choice. After all, this immortal battlefield has Soul Path and Theft Path aura, but no Time Path aura. There is no need to worry about time. Fong Jioge used guerrilla tactics. He did not let Yama surround him. He believed in Fairy Myrtle's ability. He planned to defend and wait for reinforcements. Fong Yuan wanted to end the battle quickly. If Fong Jioge fought with him, he would fall into Fong Yuan's trap. He would be laughing in his sleep. But was Fong Jioge a foolish person? He could discern the situation clearly. He had a clear grasp of the battle situation. His wise choice of battle tactics made Fong Yuan sigh internally. It is a pity that even though I have time path methods and rank 8 time path immortal goo years flow like water, I cannot fuse them into Yama Battlefield. Yama Battlefield was not a killer move that was used on Fong Yuan's sovereign immortal body. It would suffer from conflicting Dao marks. Fong Yuan had always placed emphasis on balance between Theft Path and Soul Path Dao marks, but the conflicting Dao marks had already reached the limit. Adding Time Path Dao marks on top of this foundation was extremely difficult. Time Path Battlefield had the ability to change the flow of time. It was different from the outside world, but Yama Battlefield did not have it. In fact, when Fong Yuan used some Time Path killer moves, as long as they were not Theft Path or Soul Path, they would be suppressed by the Immortal Battlefield's Dao marks. Immortal Battlefield's 3 extreme sounds. Fong Jioge's attacks did not stop. Yama Child could not get close. As soon as there were any casualties among the 4 first song soldiers, he would immediately replace them. But what made Fong Yuan clench his teeth the most was his Yang Pass tune. It allowed Fong Jioge to teleport. Even though this move was suppressed in the Immortal Battlefield, the distance it could teleport was limited. It could not leave Yama Battlefield. But Fong Yuan's Great Thief Ghost Hand was not fast enough. At least, compared to Fong Jioge, it was slow. Even though Yang Pass tune had a time limit, Fong Yuan could not afford to wait. He had to end the battle quickly. The earlier he killed Fong Jioge, the earlier he could reinforce the main battlefield. Immortal killer move, familiar face. Fong Yuan turned into Yama Emperor, then into a Yama Child, mixing into the army. Fong Jioge's heart shook. He increased the frequency of his teleportation. But Fong Yuan was in the dark while he was in the light. After fighting for a while, Fong Yuan found a chance to attack. Immortal killer move, Great Thief Ghost Hand. The Ghost Hand concealed itself, bypassing the defense of the 4 song warriors, charging towards Fong Jioge. Fong Jioge was still using 3 extreme sounds. He was oblivious. Great Thief Ghost Hand entered Fong Jioge's immortal aperture and grabbed an immortal goo, holding it tightly as it quickly retreated. Oh no! Fixed immortal travel immortal goo. Fong Jioge's eyes were wide open from shock at this sneak attack. He paled. He quickly turned around. Sound waves burst out from his body, sweeping towards the surroundings. Great Thief Ghost Hand was forced to reveal itself. He was about to attack Great Thief Ghost Hand, but Fong Yuan was already prepared. A large number of Yama children charged forward, disregarding their lives. They protected Great Thief Ghost Hand and sent it into Fong Yuan's immortal aperture. Chapter 1591. To think that one day I would be able to obtain fixed immortal travel, immortal goo again. Fong Yuan felt the immortal goo in Great Thief Ghost's hand as he sighed internally. Oh, it was raised to rank 7. It is indeed the same as what I deduced from the information. Fong Yuan was secretly happy. Even though he had the ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel, it could replace fixed immortal travel to some extent. But this method had many flaws. It required 4 goo immortals to use. Moreover, it wasn't as vast as the fixed immortal travel, which allowed one to teleport to anywhere in the world. Fixed immortal travel was raised to rank 7, but its form did not change. It was still rank 6. This goo struggled in Great Thief Ghost Hand, but Great Thief Ghost Hand did not budge, holding fixed immortal travel as it flew in the sovereign immortal aperture. It flew to mini southern borders heaven-sealing mountain. Great Thief Ghost Hand opened its palm and threw fixed immortal travel into the immortal formation in the mountain. This immortal formation used self-love and affection immortal goo as the core, along with many mortal goo. The main function was to cooperate with Great Thief Ghost Hand to quickly refine stolen immortal goo, even though Reverse Flow River could be used in this aspect. But during the battle, Reverse Flow River was already used as the core to activate Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Fong Yuan had already tried using self-love and affection immortal goo to refine other people's immortal goo before. In his plan, he wanted to fuse self-love and affection immortal goo into Great Thief Ghost Hand, so that Great Thief Ghost Hand could refine immortal goo on the spot after stealing them. This seemed unnecessary, but it was not. If he could refine them on the spot, Great Thief Ghost Hand would not need to suppress the immortal goo and bring them back to Fong Yuan's immortal aperture. It could steal immortal goo continuously. Fixed immortal travel was immediately suppressed in Heaven-Sealing Mountain. The refinement process did not require Fong Yuan's attention. He would be able to refine it quickly. Fong Yuan then looked at Fong Jioge. Fong Jioge's face was filled with vigilance and seriousness. There was even a trace of disbelief in the depths of his eyes. Fong Yuan actually has such a method to directly steal other people's immortal goo. Even if it was hidden deep within the immortal aperture, it would still be affected. Did he obtain another thieving heaven's true inheritance? This kind of method made Fong Jioge feel a strong sense of threat. He didn't want to stop using the sound wave technique that had forced the Great Thief Ghost Hand to reveal itself. What a terrifying technique! If the core, immortal goo of the Killer Move 3 Extreme Sound was stolen, wouldn't I have failed to activate the killer move and suffered a backlash, suffering heavy injuries? Fong Jioge felt a burst of relief, but at the same time, he felt a lingering fear. Fong Yuan also felt that it was a pity, but Great Thief Ghost Hand did not have the ability to choose. If it had coincidentally stolen the crucial immortal goo like how it dealt with Meng Tu, causing Fong Jioge to fail in activating the killer move, the battle situation would immediately change, and it would be possible to kill Fong Jioge quickly. Even though Fong Yuan succeeded, Fong Jioge was completely vigilant. He used Yang Pastun to move continuously, not staying in one place for long. At the same time, the sound wave technique was constantly activated, not caring about the huge expenditure of immortal essence. As for 3 Extreme Sound, Fong Jioge also stopped using it. He did not dare to use it again. He focused on dodging Yama's pursuit. After Fong Yuan was exposed, he used familiar face again to disguise himself as one of the Yama's children, getting close to Fong Jioge. This undoubtedly gave Fong Jioge even more mental pressure. But Fong Yuan was not having a good time either. Fong Jioge was too crafty. He moved around continuously using sound waves. Fong Yuan had no chance to take advantage of him. It seems that I have to work hard on the invisibility of Great Thief Ghost Hand in the future. Fong Jioge actually had a method to make Great Thief Ghost Hand appear. This was out of Fong Yuan's expectations. He could not help but think of Formless Hand. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's signature method could change between illusion and reality. If it replaced Great Thief Ghost Hand now, it would not need to fear any sound waves. Moreover, Formless Hand was extremely fast. Once it was used, thieving heaven demon venerables' opponents could only watch as Formless Hand approached and stole the immortal goo in their hands. They would feel so resentful and helpless that they wanted to vomit blood. Right now, Feng Yuan's great thief ghost hand only had a 10,000th of Formless Hand's power. But even so, it made the great Feng Zhoge pale with fright. He panicked and fled everywhere. Feng Yuan forced Feng Zhoge to flee everywhere, but he did not feel smug at all, because he was very clear that only by killing Feng Zhoge quickly would they have a chance of winning this battle of Lang, Ya blessed land. But next, Feng Zhoge did not leave any openings for Feng Yuan. He was also from the demonic path. Back then, he shocked the whole of Central Continent and challenged the 10 great ancient sects alone. He had rich battle experience. Time gradually passed. Feng Zhoge's Yang Pastune's time limit was finally up. A chance. Feng Yuan was anxious and happy at the same time. He was anxious because he had wasted so much time, but Feng Zhoge was still alive and kicking. He was happy because he finally showed an opening that was not an opening. Feng Zhoge's heart sank. In the past, when facing enemies, his powerful attacks would cause the enemy to collapse. Ever since he became famous, he had never encountered a situation where he was chased down by a rank 7 goo immortal. Right now, he was at a disadvantage against Feng Yuan. He finally realized one of his shortcomings. That was his mobility. Now that Yang Pastune had ended, Feng Zhoge's speed fell sharply. He was soon surrounded by Yama children. He could no longer dodge as nimbly as before. Feng Zhoge had no choice but to defend. His killer move was fierce. It resisted the attacks of Yama children from all directions. Feng Yuan hid among them. His disguise was perfect. Great Thief Ghost Hand was ready to attack. He was waiting for a flaw to appear in Feng Zhoge's defense. But right at this time, the whole Yama battlefield started to rumble. It started to shake slightly. Oh no! Feng Yuan's expression changed. Lady Ziwei must have made a move. Feng Zhoge was overjoyed. Yama battlefield was shaking more and more intensely. Fairy Myrtle had not made a move yet, but once she did, there was a miraculous effect. A lot of time has passed. Fairy Myrtle actually deduced how Yama battlefield works. She is so fast. No, at this rate, Yama battlefield cannot last for 30 breaths. I need to win quickly. Feng Yuan's eyes shined with a fierce light. I was going to leave this method for Fairy Myrtle and the rest, but I will use it on you first. Time waits for no man. If Yama battlefield was destroyed, Feng Yuan would not even have the chance to kill Feng Zhoge. Thus, he quickly made up his mind and used his trump card. Immortal Killer move, Soul Explosion. It was still a soul explosion method, but Feng Yuan was not detonating ordinary Yama children. He was detonating immemorial Yama children. Feng Yuan had 2 immemorial soul beasts to begin with. During this period of closed cultivation, he modified these 2 immemorial soul beasts into Yama children. These 2 Yama children were naturally different from others. Feng Yuan had been hiding them for so long, he finally used them. Ancient Yama Child Soul Explosion was only a peak rank 7 killer move. Immemorial Yama Child Soul Explosion was naturally at rank 8 level. Even though Feng Yuan did not succeed in deducing Luo Pasil, he still had a rank 8 offensive method hidden in his hands. Boom! Immemorial Yama Child Soul Explosion. It blew up Feng Zhoge. Crack! On a certain shore of Central Continent, Feng Kim Hong was suddenly stunned. The cup in his hand fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. Duke Long looked over with a questioning gaze. Chapter 1592. He did not die. What immortal goo is this? Feng Yuan's eyes opened wide as he looked at Feng Zhoge, who was floating in the air. Feng Zhoge's 7 orifices were bleeding from the impact, but his body was covered in a thin layer of light armor. This light armor protected his life. allowing him to survive the immemorial Yama's soul explosion. Rank 8 Immortal Goo, Fate Armor. Feng Jioge coughed. The corners of his mouth cracked as blood flowed out. Fang Yuan's expression was grim. This was the first time he had seen Fate Armor Immortal Goo. Even though Feng Jioge had used it once in the River of Time, Fang Yuan had only framed Feng Jioge and sent him into the River of Time. He did not see it personally. Thus, Fang Yuan did not know of Fate Armor Immortal Goo's existence. Precisely because of this, he miscalculated. Celestial Quartz Foundation. Fang Yuan smiled helplessly, but at the next moment he roused his fighting spirit, staring at Feng Jioge with malicious intent. This Fate Armor Immortal Goo can protect you once. Can it protect you a second time? Fang Yuan still had immemorial Yama in his possession. Feng Jioge's expression was pale as paper. His injuries were severe. He spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. Cough, cough, you can try. I'm not afraid to tell you. Fate Armor Immortal Goo's effect is defense. It can be strong or weak according to fate. If it hits me, I should not have died. Fate Armor Immortal Goo can defend against any killer move in the world. If it hits me, I should have died long ago. Fate Armor's effect would be inferior to a thin piece of paper. Fate. Fang Yuan's brows were tightly furrowed as he spat out the name of an immortal goo. You guessed right. It is related to Fate Immortal Goo. Feng Jioge nodded and sighed. If Fate Immortal Goo was destroyed, Fate would no longer be able to restrict the people of the world. Fate Armor's effect would be greatly reduced. It would be restricted by its rank. Rank 8 Fate Armor Immortal Goo had rank 8 defensive power. But now, Fate was only injured and not completely destroyed. Fate still existed and restricted all living beings in the world. This allowed Fate Armor Immortal Goo to display defensive power that surpassed rank 8. My reverse flow protection seal is already a tortoise shell, but this Fate Armor Immortal Goo seems to be even more of a tortoise shell than mine. Fang Yuan's heart shook, but his attacks became even fiercer. Feng Jioge channeled his Fate Armor with all his might. The consumption of his immortal essence was extremely intense, but he could still hold on for a period of time, because he had received Fairy Myrtle's help for this trip to Langya Blessed Land. His immortal essence reserves were extremely abundant. Rumble! Right at this time, there was a loud sound. A purple star river appeared in Yama Battlefield. The star river expanded and revealed the scene of Langya Blessed Land. So fast. Yama Battlefield was destroyed by Fairy Myrtle at a much faster speed than Fang Yuan had expected. Fang Yuan grunted. It was his turn to bleed. Yama Battlefield collapsed. He had to bear the backlash of this killer move. Since Fairy Myrtle gave Fate Armor Immortal Goo to Feng Jioge, her intentions were not simple. Once Fate Armor Immortal Goo was activated, the Celestial Court would sense it. Back then in the River of Time, Lord Huang sure used Fate Armor to locate Feng Jioge and save his life. Right now, Fairy Myrtle had already seen through Yama Battlefield. She was about to break it. At this time, Fate Armor Immortal Goo acted as a spy. Fairy Myrtle's progress in breaking through Yama Battlefield accelerated. An opening was instantly created. Wisdom path deductions were always difficult at the beginning. Like earlier, all the Wisdom Path Goo Immortals in the world tried to deduce Fang Yuan, but Fang Yuan used Wisdom Path to defend himself. As long as his defense was not broken, they could not do anything. Eastern Sea's 3 Wisdom Path Goo Immortals, and were also helpless. He was instead countered by Fang Yuan. At the start, Yama Battlefield was round. It was not easy to break through, but now that an opening was created, the most difficult part was achieved. The difficulty from now on fell. Swish, swish, endless sounds could be heard. Purple star rivers tore through the sky, tearing Yama Battlefield into pieces. Boom! With an explosion, Yama Battlefield collapsed completely. Fang Yuan coughed out a mouthful of blood. A large number of mortal goo in his immortal aperture died. The related immortal goo were also injured. Fong Yuan returned to Langya Blessed Land. He was still in Yama Emperor state. Be careful, he has a method to steal immortal goo from the immortal aperture. Fong Jioga escaped. He barely managed to fly towards Fairy Myrtle once he came out. He reported the information of this battle to all his comrades. It's you! Chun Yi was the first to speak. His eyes were wide open as he shouted angrily. He recognized that Fong Yuan was the one who fought him in Green Ghost Desert, the one who stole Qing Chao's soul beast, token immortal goo. Fong Yuan's heart sank to rock bottom. He did not succeed in killing Fong Jioga. Fate armor immortal goo completely destroyed his hope. Even worse, the information regarding Yama Emperor and Great Thief Ghost Hand was exposed. The enemies knew about it. This was something Fong Yuan had been trying to avoid. Since the start of the battle, he had been suppressing this trump card. He did not use it easily. He was hoping to use this trump card in the battlefield to kill strong enemies, then use Yama battlefield to kill people and conceal himself, trying to hide the information. Unfortunately, things did not go according to his wishes. Fong Yuan did not kill a single person before this trump card was exposed. Fong Yuan, you really want the world to be in chaos. Lu Guanyi is you. Swanbu Jin is also you. Fairy Myrtle's eyes shined with purple light. She deduced Fong Yuan's plan at the next moment. So that's it, you want to control Green Ghost Desert and collect soul cores, using Dang Hun Mountain and Luopa Valley to cultivate Soul Path. It is a pity that Dang Hun Mountain is already destroyed. No, it is very orderly. You definitely have a method to restore Dang Hun Mountain. Fong Yuan gritted his teeth. This Fairy Myrtle was indeed a wisdom path great expert. She deduced so many of Fong Yuan's secrets in an instant. Fairy Myrtle was also afraid. To think that Fong Yuan has such a method, he can actually steal immortal goo from other people's immortal apertures. Fortunately, Great Thief Ghost Hand is much weaker than Formless Hand. It does not have the ability to steal immortal goo. If he had stolen the crucial immortal goo and caused Fong Jioga's killer move activation to fail, he would have suffered a backlash, and Fong Jioga would have immediately activated Fate Armor. If that happened, it would be a problem if he could last until I unravel this immortal battlefield. Great Thief Ghost Hand can steal rank 8 immortal goo. Fortunately, it did not steal Fate Armor. Otherwise, would Fong Jioga still be alive? Fong Jioga is indeed a Dao Guardian. His luck is strong. He is not suppressed by Fong Yuan's luck. However, Fairy Myrtle's gaze was eerie as she stared at Fong Yuan. This demon actually stole fixed immortal travel. This is enough to show that his luck is also excellent, even though he could not kill Fong Jioga. Ever since Fate Immortal Goo was destroyed by Red Lotus Demon Venerable, although it was not destroyed, its power had fallen greatly. Afterwards, Giant Sun Immortal rose up and created Luck Path. As long as Fate did not recover, Luck Path's power would remain this strong. Fong Yuan's Luck Path attainment level was not high. He did not have any powerful offensive killer moves in Luck Path, but Luck Path methods had been assisting him. For example, Burning Soul Bursting Luck. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions resounded endlessly. Both sides fought again, falling into a chaotic battle. Fong Jioga lost his battle strength for a moment. He was protected by Fairy Myrtle. Fong Yuan also could not do anything to Chun Yi's ancient tree prison cage killer move. He could only use the super immortal formation and Heavenly Giant Solar to fight against Chun Yi and Fairy Myrtle. Fairy Myrtle started to display the battle strength of a rank 8 expert. Her killer moves were exquisite, even above Chun Yi. Chun Yi inherited Genesis Lotus True Inheritance, while Fairy Myrtle cultivated Star Constellation's True Inheritance. It was not that Genesis Lotus True Inheritance could not compare to Star Constellation's True Inheritance, but Star Constellation's True Inheritance was Wisdom Path. Wisdom Path killer moves were complex and used up a lot of mental energy. Feng Yuan still had an immemorial Yama child. Yama Emperor and Great Thief Ghost Hand were exposed. They were targeted by Fairy Myrtle and the rest. They did not let down their guard. Immortal killer moves surrounded them as they bombarded the surroundings. Once Feng Yuan's Great Thief Ghost Hand got close, it would be exposed by the explosions. There was no chance at all. In fact, Chun-Yi and Fairy Myrtle's investigative methods were very exquisite. Feng Yuan was worried that Great Thief Ghost Hand would be exposed. He rarely used it. The more he used it, the more flaws there would be. Especially in front of Fairy Myrtle, the more information he exposed, the higher the chance of her deductions being exposed. Rumble. Chapter 1593. Once Thunder Ghost True Monarch returned to the battlefield, the expressions of both sides changed. Celestial Court's immortals showed joy on their faces, while Feng Yuan and the rest had grim expressions. Both sides were locked in battle. At this moment, Celestial Court gained a rank 8 battle strength expert, and it was also a top-tier expert. It had a huge impact on the battle. But Thunder Ghost True Monarch's report made Fairy Myrtle's gaze turn dark. What? We did not find Wisdom Goo? Even though Wisdom Goo was refined by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, the refinement process was also recorded in Star Constellation's True Inheritance. Fairy Myrtle had a lot of knowledge about it. But Fairy Myrtle did not know that Wisdom Goo had the ability to chase information path environments. Wisdom Goo is wild. Did they tame it and refine it? Or did they destroy it? Or do they have a way to resist the light of wisdom and teleport Wisdom Goo away? Thoughts flashed in Fairy Myrtle's mind. Thoughts flashed like lightning. She stood up, looking at the silver giant, heavenly giant solar, before turning to Feng Yuan, shouting, "Hand over Wisdom Goo. I will allow you to surrender." Celestial Court's main goal in this attack was rank 9 Wisdom Goo. Even Feng Yuan's problem was secondary. Immortal Goo were unique and hard to refine. Rank 9, Immortal Goo stood at the top of the pyramid. In the current 5 regions, in the entire world, there were less than 10 rank 9 Immortal Goo. Rank 9 Wisdom Goo was simply too huge of a boost to Celestial Court. It was only inferior to Fate Goo. Ignoring everything else, just Fairy Myrtle alone, with her Wisdom Path attainment and Star Constellation chessboard's help, she was one of the top 3 Wisdom Path great experts in the world. Once she obtained the rank 9 Wisdom Goo and refined it using Star Constellation chessboard, she would become the number 1 Wisdom Path great expert in the world. She would be able to see through all the profundities of Wisdom Path in the universe. She would stand at the peak, far surpassing the second strongest person. She would have unimaginable deduction ability. Not to mention that Feng Yuan had Yama Emperor. Even if he had rank 8 level Wisdom Path methods, he could not defend against Fairy Myrtle's deductions. Only rank 9 could do so. But how many rank 9 level Wisdom Path methods were there? At least in Feng Yuan's Langya True Inheritance and Spectral Soul True Inheritance, there were no such records. Surrender. The hairy man Goo Immortal's hearts shook. The land spirit of Langya roared furiously. Surrender my ass. In my Langya blessed land, there are only hairy men who die standing. There are no slaves who kneel to live. Feng Yuan was curious. I am a complete otherworldly demon. Your Celestial Court can forgive me for Wisdom Goo? Fairy Myrtle smiled proudly. So, what if it's a complete otherworldly demon? The predecessors of our Celestial Court already knew of the existence of otherworldly demons. We had recruited otherworldly demons before. It was just that it was not recorded in human history. Zhao Lianyun is the best example. Feng Yuan, the Celestial Court, is much more magnanimous than you imagine. Even if you are a complete otherworldly demon, even if you have Spring, Autumn Cicada, Spectral Soul True Inheritance, and so on, as long as you turn over a new leaf and return to the righteous path, contributing the sovereign immortal aperture, and fusing with the Celestial Court, you will be a member of the Celestial Court, according to the Celestial Court's rules. Everyone will be treated equally. Saying this, Fang Yuan's expression did not change. He sneered coldly, but Chen Yi had a complex expression. His gaze was filled with bewilderment and jealousy. Chen Yi believed Fairy Myrtle's words because the Celestial Court's rules were like this. No matter what your background is, as long as you return to the righteous path and join the Celestial Court, contributing your immortal aperture, you will be a member of the Celestial Court. There would be no discrimination. But how hard is it to join the Celestial Court? I, Chen Yi, have worked hard for most of my life. I was diligent because my battle strength reached the standard, and because I inherited Genesis Lotus True Inheritance, I was able to join the Celestial Court. How many years has he, Fang Yuan, cultivated for? He committed murder and arson, causing trouble everywhere, but now that he has turned over a new leaf, he can actually join the Celestial Court. At once, Chen Yi lost his composure. He felt that it was unfair. He even felt a little wronged. But Thunder Ghost True Monarch's expression did not change. Back then, the Celestial Court had also recruited another person. This person slaughtered the world. The harm he caused was much greater than Fang Yuan. He was Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Before Spectral Soul Demon, Venerable became rank 9. The Celestial Court had tried to recruit him many times. Even after becoming rank 9, they tried to recruit him once. The Celestial Court is the Celestial Court of Humanity. Fang Yuan, you have incredible talent. With your rank 7 cultivation time, you were able to evade the Celestial Court for such a long time. It is enough to prove that you have the qualifications to join the Celestial Court. I can guarantee this with my life. If you join the Celestial Court today, not only will you keep your life, you can also continue to cultivate and be a carefree Gu Immortal. Thunder Ghost True Monarch said. Fang Yuan. At once, the hairy man Gu Immortals looked at Fang Yuan worriedly. Even Gu Immortal's 6th hair was the same. Fang Yuan laughed loudly. For rank 9 Wisdom Gu, you let me go and try to recruit me. Rank 9 Wisdom Gu is indeed very important to you. Then let me put it another way. If you do not let us go today, I will destroy Wisdom Gu in front of you. Your plan will fail. Humph, stubborn fool. How can the righteous path tolerate threats? How can the mighty Celestial Court be threatened? Since you want to die, I will grant you your wish. Thunder Ghost True Monarch was furious. She charged at Fang Yuan. Boom, boom, boom. Fang Yuan barely fought against Thunder Ghost True Monarch. Thunder rumbled, and air currents surged. Oh, that means Wisdom Gu is with you? Fairy Myrtle's eyes shined with bright light. She also attacked. Fang Yuan was suppressed by Thunder Ghost True Monarch and Fairy Myrtle. He was immediately suppressed. He could only use Reverse Flow Protection Seal to resist. He could not retaliate. He secretly transmitted to Land Spirit of Langya. First Supreme Elder, this is urgent. If you have any methods, don't use them now. It will be too late for regrets. Land Spirit of Langya roared. Forget it. I will let you taste the true power of Langya Blessed Land. The moment he said that, the entire sea surface of Langya Blessed Land started to bubble. It was bubbling. It was as if the entire sea was boiling. Countless refinement path, Tao marks shined with Tao mark light, be they Gu Immortals or mortals, they could see it with their naked eyes. The aura of an immortal killer move surged like a huge tornado. It engulfed the whole of Langya Blessed Land. The Gu Immortals of Celestial Court were not spared. They were all hit. What is this? The expressions of Chen Yi and the rest changed. All sorts of defensive methods on their bodies shined with dazzling light. They were activated. The mysterious killer move was extremely powerful. Even Fang Yuan was hit. Countless ripples appeared on Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Quick, come to me. Land Spirit of Langya transmitted. He controlled the silver giant and flew towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan successfully fused into the heavenly giant solar formation. This was not his first time participating in this ancient battle formation. What move is this? Fang Yuan's face flashed with surprise and joy. This move used by Land Spirit of Langya was extremely powerful. The four immortals of Celestial Court defended with all their might. They did not attack. Langya Land Spirit smiled bitterly. This is the strongest refinement path killer move, omnipresent 4Cs, that my main body comprehended from killing a water path great expert while I was still alive. This move expends seawater intensely. I will not use it unless I need to refine a rank 8 immortal goo. If I use it against enemies now, it can only last a few dozen breaths of time. Fang Yuan observed carefully. He saw that Langya Blessed Land's sea level was falling rapidly. A huge amount of seawater was expended to activate this killer move omnipresent 4Cs. Fang Yuan immediately realized, so Langya Blessed Land's terrain was meticulously designed. The 3 continents are floating in the sea. This seawater is not simple. It is the refinement path foundation of Langya Blessed Land. It is extremely precious. Fang Yuan looked at the Celestial Court Goo Immortals, sighing, it is a pity that this refinement path killer move does not differentiate between friend and foe. Otherwise, we would have the upper hand. Actually, omnipresent 4C's killer move's power could be limited to a certain place, but this place needed to be set up with a corresponding immortal formation to draw the killer move's power and refine goo. And this immortal formation was none other than Long-Hair Ancestors' refinement path formation. It was used to refine Myriad Self for Fang Yuan. The Celestial Court Goo Immortals would not fall for such an obvious trap. In this situation, Land Spirit of Langya had no choice but to use this move to its fullest extent. Its power spread all over Langya Blessed Land. But this way, Fang Yuan's super immortal formation would also be attacked by omnipresent 4Cs. Thankfully, Land Spirit of Langya was prepared. The silver giant rushed over and dismantled the immortal formation, retrieving the immortal goo, while keeping the variant human goo immortals of the other 3 races into the silver giant's body. What do we do now? Fang Yuan looked at Land Spirit of Langya and asked. He had a feeling that Langya Blessed Land had other trump cards.